There we go, baby.
Boom! You're watching a Fox Sports presentation of B.A.S.S.
What a way to end the final day of the St. Croix Rods Bassmaster Open season. Final day here in Leesburg, Florida for what has been a gauntlet of an open season. 9 events across 6 or 7 states. So many points to be racked up, so many fish to be caught, yet it comes down to the final day of the season. We're going to decide Bassmaster Classic berths today. We'll also decide who will make the 2024 Bassmaster Elite Series from our semi-pro trail, which is the Bassmaster Opens. We ride along with Ben Millikin right here. He is already Classic bound, trying to now be Elite bound as he is the last man in our points race, still qualified after making a big jump yesterday. We've got some anglers just fighting for the win today, some just needing to make a big jump in the leaderboard if they want to accomplish all their dreams. Got an interesting playing field as well, a big body of water in the state of Florida with so many options to choose from. We've got a Florida boy on camera today, Bobby Lane, former Elite Series champion. He is the first man out of qualification. As we take a look at our points race, this is one of the big storylines today. JT Thompkins extending his lead to almost 75 points over John Garrett. JT's looking to close out what has been a fantastic season with an AOY. John Garrett, Trey McKinney, Robert G. all should be locked in to elite qualification. Kenta Kamira is already on the Bassmaster Elite Series. Meanwhile, Wesley Gore, Tyler Williams, Kyle Austin, Kyle Patrick, and Ben Millikin will all be on camera today as they try to catch them one more day of the season to stay inside our qualification for the Elite Series. Welcome into the Bassmaster Studio, sponsored by Marathon. I'm Ronnie Moore. That's Bassmaster Elite Series Pro Matt Airy. And then Mike Sukon, award-winning writer, blogger, whatever you want to call him. He is here on site, on studio, as usual. And Matt, what an interesting way to end the year. We started the open season with a weather-shortened event, only 2 days in Eufaula, Alabama, and we're ending the season the same way with 180 pros fishing today for all the marbles.
Yeah, it's a wild and crazy season on the Opens, but you know, one of the most important things today is going to be time management. You got some guys locking. When you got locks that come into play, you got to worry about how much fishing time you're going to have and how efficient you are with that time. So it's going to be interesting to watch how it plays out today.
Mike Sukon, we talked about it coming into this event. Who would still have a shot to make the Bassmaster Elite Series? We said as far down as maybe 17th place in points, Ben Millikin, probably the last guy would have a great opportunity. He proved us right. 2nd place after day 1 of this event, and inside the qualification, 10th place by about 39 points over Bobby Lane.
Yeah, he jumped from 17th place, Ronnie. The 2nd points. The deal is, though, Bobby Lane's 57th, and he would have to gain like 20 spots, and Millikin dropped 20, and Bobby Lane could be looking at getting back on the Elite Series. But here's the thing about Florida. It's a place where we've made a lot of dreams. It's also a place where a lot of dreams have died, and we've seen a lot of guys fall out. But today, anything can happen with only a 2-day event. They can jump up from way far down.
We normally see the leaderboard flip at times, and there are guys like Logan Parks who are 2 spots out of qualification and in the hundreds of this event need to make a big comeback today because this is the way the day 1 leaderboard looked. Matt Messer, Ben Millikin, John Suckup, Wesley Gore, and Tyler Lubbat. That's your top 5. Normally we see multiple 20-pound bags, maybe half the top 10 occupying over 20 pounds, but we had a huge storm come through. They had a hurricane last month, roughly in the state of Florida, so it has thrown this body of water into a loop. We know everybody's going to have a shot to win, especially this man, Ben Millikin. He's on a mission. He needs to catch him one more day to maybe make the Bassmaster Elite Series. We got to talk to him this morning.
Tournament's great. Got off to a great start yesterday. I fished a spot that I found in practice, and I hadn't touched them in several days, so I wasn't really sure what we had there. But when I showed up, the big ones were biting, and there's still a lot of big ones there. It's kind of a gamble to go where we're going to go based on how long of a ride it is and some other things that we can't control, but it's looking good. Plan is this morning to go out and try to get a quick limit. I have an offshore spot on a shell bed here in Harris that we're going to stop at. There's a group of fish that I don't know if there's a lot of big ones, but at least we'll try to get an early limit. Since we're boat 70 and I got to get through a lock, I figured that I'm not going to make it there in time to get through that first couple passes anyways, and so we're going to spend about an hour down here. Fingers crossed we can get a good solid limit of small ones, and then we're going to go down there and see if we can make some magic happen.
Well, we started this back in February, and we're one spot out right now. We're sitting in 11th place, 40 points out. So, you know, top 10 advance to the Elite Series, and started this back in February, and here we find ourselves in my home lake, not my home lake, but my home state right here in Florida. We're on the Harris chain of lakes. I had 11-12 yesterday, and really didn't have the opportunity to catch too much more, and believe it or not, was in 15th coming into this event, moved into 11th. So work is cut out, but there is a chance. I gotta make up some ground. Like I said, I'm 57th in the points. I gotta make up about 30, 40 points. I need some help from the field. If those guys catching behind me is as good as I do, then, you know, the cards will play where they play. You know, God's in control of this ship wherever it goes and whatever bites. I just hope that I can put much Durabraid power as I can in every single hook set, and hope for the best. I mean, it's been a journey, and it's really been fun. I've totally enjoyed this year, and I'm super excited to get out there and give it everything I got.
Bobby Lane is right. Where you take your boat today, where you guide your ship will make all the difference. You mentioned it, Matt Airy, the time aspect, the risk reward. At the Harris Chain of Lakes, as we do our Unlock the Lake, 8 different bodies of water in play today. Our most recent visit was from the 2023 College Series event here in January. This is the normal time of the year that we come here, January, February time period. So in the fall, it's a little bit different, but it is one of the most visited Bassmaster lakes, 19th bass visit. But we mentioned it, time management's going to be key today.
Yeah, it really is. You know, and Millikin touched on that. I like his train of thought, you know, going into today, because he's talking about not being able to possibly make that lock going into a Popka, stopping early, trying to get an early limit, calm the nerves a little bit, and that's going to be a big deal. But a lot of options in play. I think we're going to have anglers spread out from Harris to Griffin to Apopka, Eustis, Dora. Everything should be in play today, and it's going to be interesting to watch it unfold.
Suits, you mentioned it. No one's safe here in the state of Florida or this body of water. This is the record holder for the biggest single-day bag in Open's history, 32+ pounds, a couple years ago by Whitney Stevens. It also is one of the top 5 biggest winning weight events, also biggest bass events. One swing of the bat here, an 8-pounder, can change your whole tournament, and you could be back in the game.
We saw several big 7-pound, almost 8-pounders yesterday, 7-14 by the leader. He had 2 7-pound fish. It's rare you have that happen, Matt Airy, but also in practice, we saw a 10-pounder come in, Jacob Bigelow, and I think somebody else caught fish over 10 pounds, which is odd in the fall, but it can happen here.
Yeah, and that's the thing about Florida, right? I mean, if you're fishing up north, Champlain, somewhere where the weights are all, 25 places are separated by 6 or 8 ounces.
Yeah.
Florida, a guy could catch 30 pounds, jump from 80th place all the way up to the top 5. So there's going to be a big shakeup.
As we look at a 4-box of anglers fishing live, Matt Messer, Ben Millikin, JT Thompkins, and Bobby Lane.
Tell us about yesterday, Matt.
Had a good start to this thing. Really wasn't on nothing coming into this tournament. Kind of yesterday started here because this is the lake I have the least amount of history with. I just wanted to go fishing and ended up running into some stuff. Not doing this, but I caught a couple doing this early, and ended up catching 24-pound. I had 2 big ones that really helped that a lot. But it's not easy. I mean, I had to grind all day to get the bites I got, and I've got a spot that I can put myself around some big ones. It's just really hard to get on the bite. So, just going to see what happens. Going to do a lot of new stuff today. Just go fishing.
Matt Messer starting close to home at Harris, which is where the takeoff location is, before he heads maybe west to Griffin and locks through there.
My audio went down on the lav mic.
And we've got Ben Millikin doing the same kind of deal, but he's going to head east towards Apopka. And we've got our points leader, JT Thompkins, should be living in Harris all day for the most part, maybe Eustis, and Bobby Lane's also close to home as well.
And you know, you're already seeing a lot of variety. Typical Florida fishing, you know, a lot of junk fishing too. You see shallow, deep, and everywhere in between.
Yeah, it's definitely a big day. You know, I mean, we've already had 2 bites this morning, just didn't capitalize, so they're still biting. And we got a longer day than yesterday. So I think, you know, we just got to get our head down and put a few in the box and just try to keep our mind in it good. Try not to let anything get to us. But No, I think it could definitely be another good day. You know, as long as they just keep biting, we'll be good. And I think they're going to keep on doing that for us. I just got to put them in the boat. So definitely have plenty of opportunities, I believe.
Such JT controls his own destiny. He had about a 19-point lead over John Garrett coming in.
He built it yesterday, though, boy.
So as long as he stays in the top 20 of this event, he can't be caught no matter how good John Garrett
That's what he
does.
was shooting for. He started 19 points ahead of John Garrett, who's had a great season. But he expects John Garrett to win this event. So he said, I got to shoot for 20th, and after that, maybe I'll go for the win. He wants the win to get in the Classic. He and John Garrett and Trey McKinney are top 3, and probably Robert G now are assured of being on the Elite Series next year.
I'd say that those are the best 3 seasons we've ever seen on the Opens without a win for JT Thompkins, John Garrett, and Trey McKinney. So many top 5s amongst those 3.
Each of them 4 top 10s, yeah.
And that's hard in a 200-boat field for the most part.
That is an amazing feat. It truly is.
You know JT from way back, Matt Airy.
I do. Yep. So JT, you know, his dad actually practiced with me back in my old FLW days, and got to meet JT when he was just 9 or 10 years old, and he lived and breathed bass fishing then, and you see where it's gotten him. You know, he spends a lot of time on the water, and that's a big key to being a successful angler.
You can see where these anglers lay out on the map. We talked about Lake Harris, the takeoff lake. We go out with Matt Messer hooked up live.
Easy.
Like a good fish. Oh yeah.
Come here. Come here. Yes, sir. How's that for a start? I don't even know none of my big fish stuff. How is that to start the day, baby? Let's go. Let's go. That's gotta be, it's every bit of 5 pounds. I knew if I come over here and threw that thing. Give me some. It's pretty good considering I caught 2 7-pounders on a different lake yesterday. Not a bad start. Whew. I thought it was bigger than that. I should have boat flipped that joker. Seen it, I thought it was like a 7. Yeah, he's every bit of 5. Whew. Got me shaking. That's why you throw a boomerang buzzbait right there.
Matt Messer with a great start.
This thing gets
It's a different deal when you have 24 pounds on day 1 of a 3-day event. Plenty of time for others to reel you in and make up that ground, but 24 pounds on day 1 with a 4-pound lead, 5 pounds over the next guy. That is a great start for Matt Messer, who has won on the Harris chain before. If you know that name or wonder where you've heard it before, him and his brother Leif Messer, they're both in this event. They both fished together at Kentucky Christian in college, and they set the record for 2-day college event, 61 pounds, 13 ounces here in January.
That one bag of 36 pounds, 7 ounces, 3 8-pounders.
Just imagine catching 60 pounds, 11 ounces for 2 days, Matt Airy, and losing because Matt Messer and his brother bring in 36 on the final day.
That's something hard to overcome. But, you know, what's interesting about Messer, and I think you spoke with him, and he caught a couple, maybe 3-pound class fish early yesterday doing the same type of thing. For him to catch one that, to me, he said 5-pounder, looked, you know, maybe like a 6+ to me. But that is a really, really key bite for him today. And you can tell it hit him. I mean, you can hear his voice shaking. You could see him shaking, and that's what it's all about. He's fired up. He's way ahead of the game, way ahead of where he was yesterday, and that's a big deal.
If you're tuned in on Fox Sports 1 this morning and you're unsure of these characters and how personable they are, well, even the quietest angler of the Bassmaster Opens will get excited when their first bite of the day is a 5+ pounder. Matt Messer, we're going to have an unofficial leaderboard all day with so many variables, so many movers and shakers. Matt Messer with the 5-pounder. That goes a long way on helping him stay in the top 10 this week, but also possibly close it out and win today. What a great start to our day. We'll be back with more after the break.
Live coverage of the St. Croix Rod Bassmaster Open at Harris Chain of Lakes is presented by Humminbird, Mercury,
Nitro Boats. And by Bass Pro Shops.
What a great start to our tournament day. Just a few minutes ago, Matt Messer, the day one leader, with a big bass to start off his day two. Looking to make the classic at the buzzer, the last event of the season. A lot of these anglers still have a lot at stake, a lot that they're fishing for. As we look at the lay of the playing field, this is just a small sample of the 180 boat field. Anglers running around getting to their first spots of the day. Matt Airy, I don't know if you've made the run to Apopka in past events where you've been here, but it's about a 45-minute to an hour run and process.
Yeah, and plus lock time. You know, I don't see any of the guys that have made it down there quite yet. Obviously, they're using some of this early time to try to take advantage of it, get a few bites close by locally, and then make their moves. But again, I have never personally been a big fan of locking because I've never been a high-risk guy, and I've been scolded for that by my roommates over the years. But you know, it's what works for me, and you have to do what works for you. You know, some of these guys do a lot better taking big risks, and some of them play the more conservative game, and it works for them.
Tyler Lubbat hooked up in the bottom left of your screen.
That'll keep, barely.
Started the day in 5th place.
The pole down. There we go. Number 1 for us. Just a little keeper, just a little weigh in.
He had 18 pounds, 2 ounces yesterday, including a 7-pound, 1 ounce from Matt.
That is a big deal in Florida, getting that key bite. And you know,
I love it.
Bobby Lane talked about before this event in Florida, you know, a 3 or 4 pound bite is a big one in the fall this time of year in Florida, but a 7 or 8 pounder, they're harder to come by this time of year as opposed to the spring.
We had the guys estimating 15, 16 pounds. Could get you in the top 10. Of course, we don't have that anymore, but to win, you know, JT Thompkins said there could be a 30-pound bag out there, but if somebody gets over 22 a day, you're maybe golden.
Yeah, and you only see
140, so about a 1.7.
You only saw 2 guys
1.6.
break the 20-pound mark yesterday, so that tells you the lake's fishing kind of tough. You know, you had
Seems
that
like
big
in
giant
Florida,
front
as long
move
as you
through.
can start with the limit,
Change
it's
the
easier
lake
to
conditions
call
quite
up
a
than
bit.
it is to start catching big ones right away. I don't know why, but it seems like in Florida you always almost start out with big ones or 8 pounds.
And that's the difference is most lakes, if you catch 15 pounds, you probably had a pretty consistent average. But in Florida, there are those, it's important to know someone's weight and what their big one was, because 2 guys could be tied at 15 pounds, but one of them had an 8-pounder with 4 fish for 7 pounds with it. One of them might have had 5 3-pounders, and that changes your outlook on hope. Yes, you can count on a bigger bite in Florida most of the time, but if you have consistency, that's all you need is a big bite to then jump into the lead.
Absolutely, and you said it, like if you see a lot of these guys in that 12 to 16 pound range, they had a 5 or 6 pounder in their bag. Rarely do you see a 15 pound limit in Florida, anywhere in Florida for that matter, that has 5 3-pound class fish. Especially, you know, the Harris chain. The Harris chain is a place that has a lot of 9, 10, 11 pounders in it. Now, if a guy comes in with 35 pounds, he had 5, 7 pounders, you better watch out, right? Because he's figured something out. But a lot of these guys in that 13 to 16 pound range, even some of the guys with 11 and 12, they had a big bite, you know, a 5+ pound bite that put them over that hump. Other than that, you know, you're looking at 7 to 9 pounds for the majority of the field.
Ben Millikin had 20 pounds, 13 ounces yesterday. He said he's got some more big fish. That isn't always the case when you're fishing in Florida. Sometimes you catch all the fish off your spot.
Oh, for sure. I have, you know, the times that I've had the best practices is sometimes when I've had the worst tournaments and I had preconceived notions about what was really in my area, and then you go through an area and you're disappointed to say the least. So, you know, we'll see. It looks like, I believe that Kyle Patrick making the run.
He's one of the guys headed to Apopka today. He said, hey, I'm in 70th in the tournament, and we have a camera with him. We normally wouldn't, but because he is in the qualification line, tied right there close to 8th place in the point standings, we got to keep an eye on him today as he makes a run to Apopka. Not like other lock and dam systems. You see a lock and dam on the Tennessee River where you maybe have 30, 40, 50 boats that can go in at one time. There's a lock to the west on the Harris chain to Griffin that holds about a dozen, maybe 13 boats at times, and then the Apopka lock only holds 2 to 3 boats. And yesterday we had some anglers make that long run, and there was a malfunction with the lock. They were turned away, and about an hour later they got the lock fixed. And if you pulled up then, you got to lock through. But those who were turned away, they may have had to scrap their game plan. And you see a guy like Jamie Bruce, last man in the qualification, has to turn around and change plans and comes in 126th place and needs a huge day-to-day to bounce back from that.
And that's why I mentioned how big of a risk that is, you know, when it locking. I mean, I've seen that happen on the Tennessee River where a lock completely shuts down and you don't even make it back through. Once you get through, you never make it to weigh in. So
Waste out, yeah.
Yeah, I mean that's happened
Shut
to
out.
multiple guys over the years.
Patrick, by starting at 71st, he's kind of in jeopardy of his elite series. He's our winner at Lake of the Ozarks. He fell down 3 spots to 9th. And if he has a worse day, one of these other Bobby Lane could jump over him and knock him out.
And we think about it, you know, Bobby might be the first man out. He's in the 50s of this tournament, so we want to keep an eye on him because he's the closest pursuer. But with 180 boats fishing today, Logan Parks, we need to keep an eye on him.
Another one.
106th place. He's another, what is he behind? He's only 4 points behind Bobby Lane. So he is 44 points back. If he moves from 106th into the 60s or 50s, there's nothing the other guys can do to keep him out because they're topped out.
9 pounds 5 ounces. If he has the 15-pound day, he'll jump over 30, 40 guys.
He could literally be
maybe more.
A 9 or 10 pound limit and one big bite away, and he easily makes that jump.
So we go out with Tyler Lubbat, former Alabama Crimson Tide college fisherman.
Hooked up.
23-year-old from Illinois.
Oh no. Oh no. She might have come off. Please be on there, fish. Please be on there.
Lubbat, former high school All-American, just fantastic angler in high school to go into the college level.
Yes, she's on there. She's on there.
She's still there.
Is it another keeper? Just want to get somewhere we can power pole down. It's number 2. Don't like coming up here on the front deck holding fish like this, but sometimes you gotta do what you gotta do. There we go. Number 2. Perfect. Okay, so that's number 2. We're sitting in 5th place going for the win today, trying to make the classic. Didn't have a great year points-wise, didn't have the season we wanted to. Happens sometimes, especially in these big boat fields. You don't get a boat number, sometimes you can't get on your stuff, all kinds of stuff. But last event of the year, we're going swinging for the fences. Harris Chain's one of my favorite places to fish. It's always tough, but it's been good to me. There's so many big fish, and luckily we had a good day 1, caught 18-2 with a 7-1 and put ourselves in 5th place, right in contention to have a good day today and make a run at it. Got an okay start this morning, got 2 quick early keepers. It always seems like for me in Florida, if you can get a limit, then you can hunker down and really start catching big ones. It's sometimes hard for me to just go swinging for big ones right away, so hopefully we can get 3 more in the boat and make it happen.
It's from the suburbs of Chicago, Wheeling, Illinois.
Fantastic high school angler, like we mentioned, took it to the college level at Alabama to learn the Southern Lakes. We've seen a lot of anglers do that. Our college bracket champion, Easton Fothergill, did the same thing from Minnesota down to Alabama to learn the Southern Lakes in college. Lubbat paying off well. He said, I don't really know if I'm good up north anymore. I just catch them in Florida and Alabama for some reason. So you don't want to lose what you used to know, but Lubbat making a good start with a couple key keepers from 5th place. Like we said, we got a couple storylines in play today, and this former college angler would love to make the Bassmaster Classic. We have 2 college anglers at the top of our leaderboard, Matt Messer, Tyler Lubbat. One throwing topwater, one throwing a bladed jig, and both having success this morning. Still waiting to see some of those long runs pay off for these guys when we come back. Tomorrow on Fox, the ALCS begins. Corey Seager and the Rangers look to continue their incredible run as they take on Yordan Alvarez and the reigning champion Astros. Catch Game 1 tomorrow at 8 Eastern on Fox.
Rangers.
I know our guy Kyle Jesse watching right now, Bassmaster Live.
Rangers
He
fan.
is a huge Rangers fan. I know he's excited that they have persevered and made it to the ALCS.
If they get my high school pitcher back, Max Scherzer, watch out.
It's almost time for the end of the bass fishing season, just like baseball, as we take a look at our Phoenix weather watch. High of 84 today, low of 68, not too bad. Of Florida weather, partly sunny, east wind around 6 miles an hour. Big deal with this, though, is normally the humidity. We had that huge storm come through and cooler temps throughout the week. Yesterday, so humid, it literally felt midsummer, even though the temps were only in the 80s. And one of the hottest days anglers
Had to
fished.
cancel day 1. There were tornado warnings on Thursday, Ronnie. They don't go out in that kind of stuff.
Central
You know
Florida, tornadoes, big storm came through. And Matt Airy, one big thing we talk about in Florida is water clarity. And a lot of these anglers said the hurricane that happened a little while ago in Florida and also the storm,
expecting to be in this spot anyway,
tons
so
of color and sediment in the water, which is not a positive in Florida.
Can't really get
Yeah,
my feelings hurt
absolutely.
today.
You always hear clear water, is what you want to seek out when you're in Florida, right? My biggest thing is the water gets a little off color due to a storm or a big front or something like that comes through, dumps a bunch of water in the lake. You get a bunch of runoff, whatever it is. If it has time to settle, it's a little bit different, and the fish can adapt to that, and you can still get a few bites in it. But fresh mud, fresh dirt, not a good thing in Florida.
That's why we may see some of those shallow water anglers have to adjust throughout the tournament. If that's what their goal is, their focus, they may have to catch a few fish doing that and then a few fish deeper. I know Wesley Gore, one of our guys, made a big jump. He's in the top 5 of the tournament and top 6 of the points race. He's balancing the shallow and deep.
Help this thing. Some water rolling in.
Said east at 6 mile an hour. Looks where Matt's fishing. That's looks like it might be a little bit more than 6. Could be boat traffic too.
It's only supposed to grow to about 11 miles an hour this afternoon winds.
Nothing crazy, but something to keep an eye on when you're fishing some of these mouths of canals. You'll have some current flow coming out of these canals, like the Dora Canal, the Dead River. More current with certain wind, less current if the wind changes. Or some of these places like yesterday was slick, calm, no wind. Post-frontal day, no current for a lot of these places.
Yeah, that's a big deal, and with a field this size, a lot of these guys know that. Timing's going to be the biggest issue, and can you get on one of those spots when it's right? JT and Ben sticking with the offshore game.
The longer Ben Millikin waits to make that run will be the more interesting that we keep. He doesn't have a late day today. He's a first quarter of the field flight of boat 70 or so. When we look back, we mentioned it last segment, Matt Messer started strong. Him and his brother Leif, see Leif holding up the fish right there. Him and Matt dominated that day 2 of the Harris chain, 61 pounds and change for 2 days, 36-pound bag. Matt, a part of that winning duo there.
Well, that's a special day.
Man.
That's a special
They found
day.
that massive school off a shell bed, had 3 8-pounders.
He said, I told him, I said on the phone last night, did you go and check it just to see? And he said, couldn't really see the fish there because there were so many power poles in the way.
That's
That's
what JT said.
I pulled up to this offshore
Imagine
shell
that.
bed right here, and the fish have been real spread out until the sun gets up over the horizon, and then they group up a little bit. But unfortunately, we had another boat sitting right on top of where they like to group up. This morning when I pulled up on it, he watched me catch a few of them here yesterday. So we haven't got any in the box yet, and we're about to make a move. We're going to be making the big long run through the lock. Makes me a little bit nervous because I guess they had some problems with the lock yesterday breaking down, and it's the weekend, and it sounds like got a different lock operator today or something like that. I'm not too familiar with these locks and everything, but not the start I really wanted, but at the same time, these are not my fish that I weighed my 20 pounds with. I was just trying to kind of get on the board, let some of those lock cycles go through since we were boat 71 today. And we're about to probably give this 10 or so more minutes and then run down to bottom of Apopka.
You know what Ben mentioned there is very interesting, and it's something that we have to deal with as anglers almost everywhere we go. He said a fellow competitor saw him catch a few yesterday. He's sitting on the spot today. Final day, you're fishing a full field of 180 boats, roughly. You got to expect the unexpected. You got to expect things like that to happen, and that's got to be part of your game plan, right? Making adjustments based on boat pressure and whether you can or can't get on your spot.
And Wesley Gore talked about it on the phone last night. We see Wesley in the bottom left of your screen. He said his offshore area he wanted to fish. He said, based on my boat draw yesterday, I had to ask, and a couple guys let me in and let me fish with them. So tomorrow, which he's talking about today's competition, today I'll have to let them in just out of courtesy. It is a full field. You flip 2 days. That's what it is. Once you hit the weekend, normally day 3, day 4 of an elite, or day 3 of an open, you get full reign of stuff if you're the higher weight guy.
Right.
But when it's day 1 and day 2, you got to deal with that flip-flop. As it looks like Kyle Patrick, I'm assuming he's made it down there based on him running straight to the lock. Looks like he is in Apopka.
It does appear that way.
Bottom right of your screen.
And then you mentioned it, communication's the biggest thing. Wesley was smart in communicating with other anglers, and the favor was returned, and he will return it back. And I always say, treat everybody on the water the way you want to be treated. Don't just pull in on somebody. If you want to fish that area, communicate with them, ask them if it's okay. Most guys will
catch a
welcome
fish
you in.
just to get one on the board. The only thing that could get a little weird is the amount of locals sitting on stuff. But other than that, I think it should be good. It's just a matter of throwing in enough stuff and getting the right bites.
Tyler Williams in the bottom left of your screen, giving us a quick little rundown. He won the Watts Bar event. He's trying to go 2 out of 3 wins to double qualify for the Classic, but he is in the Bassmaster Classic and currently qualified for the Elites if it were to end right now.
Good, but I'd rather be locked in already. I wish I fished better in a few events this year. That way this wasn't so nerve-wracking, but at least I have a chance.
David Gaston, our first man out in the elite points. He's rooting for him today for sure.
Yeah, he's watching very intently, I'm sure.
I forget about it to keep fishing good, but it'll come back on the drive home.
From Belgrade, Maine. There's a lot of Maine elite pros, but he is sure in line to make it.
Don't know that I know one.
Be the second ever angler from the state of Maine to make the Bassmaster Classic. He said his local lakes, the offshore structure, fishing, a rock pile or a brush pile, that is something that he's learned there, and that's the one thing that's helped keep him stable traveling the country, is fishing isolated structure off the bank.
So his electronics.
Fishing some offshore grass here in, I believe, Griffin, one of the 8 lakes to choose from. As we take a look at this man from Belgrade, Maine.
21.
See a little bit different dynamic and look.
This was at Watts Bar a few events ago when he was the day 2 leader and carried out that lead on the final day.
The Barefoot Bandit, I call him.
Yeah.
Very happy angler, young angler. Yeah. He was a part of our top 3 there, obviously winning the event, but the 3 ages of the anglers, like 21, 21, and 18, were the 3 top finishers at the Watts Bar event.
It's amazing the age of these young guns coming up through the sport now, and how fast they're able to learn everything.
You may like this, Matt. His hobbies are snowmobiling and building diesel trucks.
Interesting.
Yeah. Oh, yours is interesting, too. You were a paintball. Yeah. I wanted to ask you about traveling to compete in paintball.
Yeah, we
events.
did.
I didn't know they were that big that you'd go to Canada. And
that was a young man's game too. Now
Yeah.
I'm out of that.
You and Alex
I
Wetherell
used to
need to do it on the Elite Series. Alex Wetherell's a big paintball player.
Oh, is he really?
Yeah.
Alex and I go. We're gonna have to
shoot it out.
hit up a paintball field. Shoot it out. There
You
you
both
go,
go to
Mike.
share a spot offshore next year and say, hey, we're just getting the first one to hit one with a paintball,
there
but
you
you
go.
get the
There you
spot.
go.
Get your boats, turn around, and then go 20 meters and turn and fire.
I left paintball years ago about like I left barefoot fishing, like Tyler, because
yes.
I got to have good support now.
Yes. Hook protection.
Yeah.
Tyler said, yes, I might have had a good day today and I might have won an event a few events ago, but I am not comfortable today because I am not guaranteed a spot in the Elite Series. I am not locked in just yet. You can see Tyler Williams there, 7th place. Look how tight those points are. Wesley Gore, 3-point advantage over Tyler Williams. And then about 20 to Kyle Austin. Then only 2 and 3 from Kyle Austin to Kyle Patrick to Ben Millikin. It's tight at the top of the EQ standings. And those top 10 will make the Elite Series for next year if they hold on through today. We'll be right back.
There we go, baby.
You're watching a Fox Sports presentation of B.A.S.S.
Welcome back to Bassmaster Live as we're in the boat with Kyle Austin, one of the guys who needs to move and shake today, around 50th in the tournament. Needs to move up just a little bit, maybe stay where he's at to stay Elite Series qualified. He is making the big run to Apopka as well. That's a big factor if you're just joining us on Fox Sports 1. Matt Aries in studio with us, Elite Series Pro, and if you look on the far left of your screen, that's where the takeoff is. If you look to the far right where Lake Apopka is, that is a long run through multiple canals and a lock to get there.
It is. Looks like Kyle's almost made it down there. And Kyle Austin, he's a Carolina boy, South Carolina boy,
Yep.
if I'm not mistaken. And I know making the elites is his goal. He's a Santee Cooper guy, Lake Murray, that area. We'll be back in South Carolina on the elites next year. So I know he's trying hard to make those elites.
So we go out to a 4-box of our leader, Matt Messer, Ben Millikin, who started the day 2nd, our points leader, JT Thompkins, and then Bobby Lane, first man out of elite qualification, bottom right.
Yeah, man, it is no good right now. Have not had a bite, and it is definitely windy. I started in a brand new area today, a brand new bank. I fished it in practice on the last day of practice, and I caught them pretty decent. No big ones, but a couple 3-pounders and some 2s, and shook off quite a few, and the wind is just howling in there today. So, super open mind. We're just, there was something little hit at it. Super open mind. We're kind of just playing the day right now. I got a plan with this wind to go to where I caught them okay yesterday. I caught a lot of fish, and it might be more just milk it and try for a big one. That's the last of that one. But that's about it right now. Is no fish in the boat on a pretty important day. And it is what it is. All I can do is keep banging docks like that as hard as I can, maybe wake them up, and put my flipping stick in as many grass patches as I can this afternoon. The fish definitely turned on a little bit better yesterday in the afternoon. No big ones, but I was starting to get a lot more bites. So, that's somewhat promising, but this morning has just been the Dead Sea for me trying to catch a bass for some reason.
We talked about water conditions, and he mentioned that apparently the wind has messed up one of his main areas. But if there's anybody that knows how to make adjustments in the state of Florida, I'd say if your last name's Lane.
But it's a beautiful Saturday morning.
You know it.
I mean, I'm on Lake Harris, doing what I love to do, so, you know, life's not too bad, really.
Speaking with Bobby on the phone last night, he's kind of, in the last few events, he's had a humble approach to it of, you know, a lot of anglers expect these high-level pros who are now coming back to the Elite Series and trying to qualify that it's a shoo-in that they'll make it. But fishing against these young anglers, against the hungry Opens veterans that are in this field, a lot of these guys have their eyes open to how tough this field is and the pathway to make it here. And Bobby Lane, even in his home state, knows that nothing's a guarantee.
For me. It has been a grind all year. This wasn't a good practice, and you know I still got a shot at all kinds of things. So it's been just a grind. Some days I've been out here and fished till 1 o'clock and not had a fish. And you know, you just keep your head in it and you keep grinding, try to make every cast count, and by the end of the day, you know, something magical usually happens. So that's the plan today, is just keep our foot on the gas and chunk and wind and flip and throw my swamp lure around as many little pockets and grass patches I can and see if we can't put together something.
You know, that's something about Bob. He's been fishing for years at the top level, right? And he, maintaining your composure throughout the day, so much of this game is mental, and I don't think a lot of people understand how mental it really is. You know, 1 o'clock, he doesn't have a fish in the box. He's probably able to fish a little more calm and a little bit more composed than some of the young guns out there. You know, all of us fish better with 5 in the box, but Bobby's got so much experience. He's been in these situations before. So, I mean, I still look for really big things from Bobby throughout the day. He'll make a lot of adjustments, I feel like, and figure it out before the day's over.
One big thing for him is his consistent check-in time. With 180 or so boats, the field is flipped. Some guys were 170th yesterday, and they're top 10 today heading out. He was 91st, and I believe he's 91st again. He is right there, consistent, same time check-in, which means you really don't have a long day, you really don't have a short day. You're kind of just, you know, middle of the road every day.
And he's maximizing his time by staying close, too.
Without a bite. And I really didn't want to do that first thing this morning, but right now it is the grinder.
Yeah, that's a big thing. When the bite's tough and the conditions have changed like they have on these Opens guys, you know, that maximizing your fishing time, to me, keeping a line wet, keeping a lure in the water, you know, I fish better that way, and I think Bobby's making a good decision by maximizing his time by staying in Harris. You
can see we had Kyle Patrick in our 4-box just a few minutes ago, and it was slick calm in Apopka. Meanwhile, Kyle Austin, who is on the southeast side of Apopka, you can see the wind now building from the northwest. It is blowing from the west, you know, west-northwest, right into his region. You can start to see that the wind is going to maybe make a difference there.
It's going to be interesting to see the adjustments these guys make with the change in wind direction, wind speed. Some of them water getting messed up a little bit. So yeah, they're gonna definitely going to have to zig and zag around today and figure it out.
Matt Messer had that 5 1/4. He entered it as a 5 1/4. We've had another angler, Mike Mayo from Athens, Texas, 57-year-old, caught a 5-pounder. He started tied for 7th. He's in 2nd place right now.
2nd place.
That's the tournament within the tournament is our points race battle that anglers, we have half of our field on camera today that are focused on the points race specifically. Meanwhile, we've got the tournament going on as well, where these anglers are trying to vie for the last classic spot available to these Opens pros. Tyler Lubbat being one of those anglers.
Oh, there's one.
Hooked up.
He's in that grass. Come on out of there. Might keep, little one. We'll see about that one.
Normally in Florida, we see a fish like that get put in the live well, and then you see a 8-pounder
Yeah.
replace
One that
it.
can eat
And it's
it.
always,
Yeah,
it's
that's
always
right.
the.
Better separate them in the
Yeah.
live wells, yeah. But that, that's the thing, Ronnie. You can catch 3 or 4 12 and a half, 13-inch fish, and then add a 7-pounder, and you're up to 14 pounds all of a sudden.
That's what Wesley Gore said. The area that Wesley Gore fished, he obviously is in the top 5 of this tournament. He caught an 11-pounder in practice. Jacob Bigelow caught a 10-pounder there in practice. Jason Lambert caught an 8-pounder there in practice. He said it's either a 1.5-pound fish or an 8 to 10-pounder. And I said, you sure those 1.5s aren't like getting eaten? Like they're not the bait fish? They're the prey.
Don't think for 1 second that bass won't cannibalize each other given the opportunity.
Tyler Williams hooked up.
Had a good day one, 15 pounds, 3 ounces, 16th place.
Solid.
I got one. I get to walk across the stage.
Happy like John Cox.
He choked it too.
John Cox.
That's an above average keeper,
I wasn't
right?
even
For Florida
scoping.
standards.
I was just throwing it in the weeds. It's like a game of operation, except I don't get there's no buzzer.
Keeper number 1 for Tyler Williams.
I guess it actually was an operation. Two-pounder. 4 more.
2-pounder will put him into our top 10. Tyler Williams will move from 19th place. He needs that. Started the day in 16th. Would love to stay around that mark or slightly better than that. We counted him out. I'll be honest, Such. We counted him out. With 3 events left, he was 29th in points. No shot. That's way too far back.
What a rally.
Yet he has a win, another top 10, and he's sitting in the top 10 unofficially when Bass Track updates. He is on his way to the Elite Series if he can hold serve. Matt Messer, though, he's trying to take his talents to the Bassmaster Classic stage at Grand Lake next year, and with a 5+ pounder to start his day, he is well on his way. We'll be right back. Tomorrow, it's a huge doubleheader on Fox, starting with the 49ers taking on the Browns or other regional action. Then, in America's Game of the Week, Jalen Hurts and the Eagles take on the Jets, or Lions battle the Bucks, or Cardinals Rams. Check for the game in your area, only on Fox and the Fox Sports app. And I'll be keeping an eye on my Cardinals taking on the Rams. We have been like within a few plays of being way better than a 1-4 team. I'll just say that. But there's some hope. Some hope. We're not just fighting for the number 1 pick anymore. We're showing we're competitive.
I'm a Panthers fan, so I'm just gonna.
So you're fighting for the number 1 pick.
We had the number 1 pick. We're trying to get another one.
As we head out on the Harris Chain of Lakes in Central Florida, we see Tyler Lubbat, former college angler from the University of Alabama. Got off to an earlier start today, and we've seen guys like Matt Messer catch a giant fish to start his day. Meanwhile, we've seen Tyler Lubbat catch a lot of mid-range fish that are good limit fillers so far.
For a big one, pretty much for me. Oh, there's one.
Matt in at night, maybe limit, go for the big ones.
Always, anytime you got 5 in the box, it makes you feel better as an angler. And in Florida, it's even more important, right? Because you literally know you're one bite away from having a good bag.
He's got 3.
You don't want to rely on a Hail Mary, but in this state, and you catch an 8-pounder, it doesn't matter if it's at 8 a.m. or 1 p.m., you know the opportunity to move up the standings is now there.
He's hooked up.
Here, add with it.
This will be number 4.
Looks like he is on the south end of Lake Eustis.
Fish ate it good, too.
He said the dirty and it's a different kind of dirty in Florida. A lot of sediment in the water. It's not necessarily like orange or mud like other places in the country. Just a weird dirtiness to it, a copper
gets cloudy.
kind of color.
It gets cloudy.
He said they wouldn't touch a worm.
140 guy.
Not tannicky looking though, or is it?
It still looks black and dark, but this looks more like root beer. Then it starts to look a little more copper. It looks, which is not ideal. But he says it feels like it's been that way. It's been that way all week, so it had to have been that way from maybe a hurricane.
And that's a big deal. It's like we mentioned earlier, if it's had time to settle and the fish have had time to adjust, the fish don't completely vacate that area necessarily. They just have to adjust the conditions.
And that's what he said. He expected fishing some of these hydrilla spots in Eustis with a worm, but he couldn't get a bite. He said, I don't know if they can see it. So I started throwing a bladed jig, and that has been the ticket for me. And the way they're eating them, I wouldn't necessarily worry about switching up right now.
No, that one had it choked pretty good, and it's a good sign you're throwing the right combination.
So we head south, maybe, I don't know, 15 miles as the crow flies, but about 35, 40 minutes process to get down to where Kyle Austin is on the south end of Apopka. Austin is one that he needs a good day today. He needs to move up from his 50th or so starting spot. If he wants to stay in the Elite Series cut, he is in 8th place right now in the points race.
Might not be big, but every fish counts.
Yes. Every keeper gets him
Not
one
the right
step
size.
closer.
But he might keep.
It's going to be 12 inches to keep.
We got one. Not a big one. But you can't catch 5 if you ain't got the first one. I was a little hot on the first one. Slung him way up out there. That's a good sign, though.
Been real steady this year. Hasn't had a top 10, but a couple finishes in the 30s. Missed a couple, then he had 3 finishes in the 20s. And he stayed in 8th place. Our top 5 kept hold of their AOY position, and he stayed in 8th place yesterday after tying for 51st.
Consistency is key for sure. We talk about swinging that fish a little hot up over his head, but you know, flipping braid, heavy cover, grass in Florida, you don't know. Every swing in the back could be a 12-incher or a 10-pounder. So you got to hit them with everything you got.
A little hot stretch right here.
And Kyle Austin said he wanted to catch them on a 1-ounce weight today. Maybe not punching mats, but he said, I like fishing this Kissimmee grass.
Crazy when it's calm,
with a
you can actually
heavier
see
weight
the
than
reeds
most
like
would
shake.
for a reaction bite.
Oh yeah, like you flip in there and the reed goes. But with it kind of breezy, you ain't gonna really see that.
And a lot of times in post-front conditions, you know, like you mentioned, Ronnie, he's looking for reaction bite. He's trying to drop it in on the fish's head and just make him react. Heavier weight will do that, but you know, when you have calm conditions, consistent weather, things like that, and the fish are more aggressive, they'll chase a bait. You know, you can go to a lighter weight and fish will come long distance to get that bait, but post-front conditions in Florida can be some of the most challenging conditions to fish, and I like his train of thought with the heavier weight, trying to create a reaction bite.
He said when he came down here for a Bassmaster Open, I believe in 2020 or 2021, he said he gave Apopka a shot. It was kind of when Apopka was starting to come back. He said it was kind of rumors it was starting to be a positive place to fish again. Maybe 10 or 11 guys tried it. Now there's 35 to 40 guys trying it, but he said he got a top 25 at that Harris Chain Open, and so he put a lot of his eggs in that basket this week to make sure Apopka was doing what he wanted it to do.
Apopka has definitely turned around. You know, it's really come back strong, and it is much more of a player than it was, I guess, six, 7 years ago.
Yeah, it was awesome, man, but I don't even want to think about it right now, to be honest. It's just not. I need to catch 5 for 12 pounds right now before I can reflect on any win. I mean, it was great to get it, but what would be even better than that win is catching 12 to 14 pounds today. if I finish 45th in this derby, it'll be way better than winning Ozarks. You know, because that pretty much guarantees an elite berth, and that's been the goal. It's never, I mean, obviously it's your goal to kind of win, like, your goal is to win tournaments, but before you really think about that, your goal should be to make the elites, because winning tournaments is great, but not when it's not the blue trophy on the elites, in my opinion. 12 years old. Been a lifetime member of Bassmaster since I was 12 years old. And like I said to Ronnie, if it doesn't work out, I mean, I gambled coming down here, there's no question, but there's more life and a better chance at 12 pounds here than on Lake Harris. But like I said, if I don't catch them, that's okay, because I'll just be back at it again, but it would definitely be nice to catch a few right now. I've got time.
He may not think so. He may say that a 45th this week would top this, but when he gets to the Bassmaster Classic next year, whether he's on the Elite Series or not, Kyle Patrick will be thankful for this successful week at Lake of the Ozarks. Our last stop of the open season just last month. Tied for the lead on day one, was 1 ounce behind the leader on day two, and had the biggest day of that final day to jump up into the lead and win to make the Bassmaster Classic.
Yeah, and it's amazing. You heard him say the most important thing to him after making the Bassmaster Classic and winning an open event is qualifying for the elites. You know how passionate these young guys are trying to make the elites, and yeah, you saw right there what it means to him.
Yeah, he lost 3 spots yesterday, finishing 71st. So he needs to climb up a little bit.
No one discriminates when you make the Elite Series.
No.
If you were the first man to make the Elites or the 9th man to make the Elites, as long as you're one to make it, you're judged just the same. So that's your list of future Elite qualifiers. You've got Kenta Kamira. He's already an Elite Pro. He's in that list as well. But from Thompkins to Millikin, those are the ones who are in if it would end right now. We'll find out more about the standings when we come back.
This is the Skeeter Boats Bassmaster High School Combine in Decatur, Alabama, where over 100 high school anglers have the opportunity to meet with colleges from across the country in hopes of earning a scholarship to fish at the next level. Over the next 2 days, anglers have a chance to meet one-on-one with some of the top colleges and coaches in the country. Afterwards, they'll take their proficiency rod and reels to compete in 6 different skill competitions in hopes of winning the individual and grand prize. This is a growing event that provides student anglers an opportunity like no other to chase their dream.
Bassmaster High School Combine, man, so many different trails and levels of the Bassmaster Tournament Series. If you want to get involved in tournament fishing, you can do so wherever you are, what stage of life you are. You can do it with Bassmaster. We see 3 former college anglers, which is the step those high schoolers are looking to make a move to the college series. We're going to one right now. Tyler Lubbat from the University of Alabama is one of the high school standouts from Illinois. Ended up coming down to Alabama for college fishing. Meanwhile, we also have Wesley Gore.
It was really hard to get him to bite with something finesse, so it just seemed better. That's a giant.
Some weight behind this fish.
That probably can't be a bass.
Some of that wind.
Haven't seen it yet.
Not a lot of movement in that rod. It's almost like dead weight.
Well, that was pulling drag, you can hear.
And there it goes.
It's got to be a big gar or something.
Not a good feeling when mid-fight you think it's not a bass. Yeah.
Yeah. Big old gar.
Oh yeah, big
Got him
gar.
in the belly. There we go. Easy release.
When you're in Florida, alligator's always an option too.
Yeah, exactly.
Possibility, been there, done that.
Normally, back in the day, you may just, hey, just get off my line, break me off, that's fine, but that's a $17 bladed jig. I don't know if you want to break that off anymore.
I'd try to get it back personally.
Do alligators bite underwater, though?
You know, honestly, Mike, the few that I've had bite were on topwater baits. Yeah, frogs and things like that.
I wouldn't think they bite underwater too
I have
much.
never, that I know of, hooked one subsurface before, but I have several attack a frog very aggressively.
We've
too.
seen it. We've seen them chasing.
They're good at hiding in some of the reed lines and the grass mats and things like that too. And sometimes you just don't know it until you see that mouth open and slam down on your frog.
Matt, do you have any thoughts about Kyle Patrick? In our last segment, we talked to him. He did not want to play it safe for another 8 or 9 pounds like he had yesterday on day 1. Didn't want to play it safe and then end up on the wrong side of the qualification line. So he said, I'm going for it today. I don't want to lay up and lose it. I'd rather go earn it.
Well,
and that's a hard thing to balance.
You know, and that's a decision that comes with experience too, I believe. You know, over the years, I have learned that depending on what's on the line, depending on what your goals are.
A few rats.
He's talking here
in the boat. I'm gonna shorten this down.
Downsizing his worm manually.
Yep, already making adjustments.
On his hand is the time he's got to be back to check in.
Which
it's
means
a great way to
his time to put the rods down probably about 90 minutes before that to make sure you get back.
Trip back.
But
so
we
finish
talked,
what you were saying?
Well, yeah, we talked about his decision-making process, and you know he's young, very young in the game, and you know taking a big risk like that on the final day, making the elites. If he knew he needed a 9 to 11 pound limit, maybe maximizing your fishing time and staying close to the ramp, close to the launch, would have been the better option. But he's going for it. You know, you got to respect that. If it doesn't work out, you know, maybe in the future he makes a different decision. But that definitely is, I always say if you're on the cusp of qualifying or making the Saturday cut in the elites or whatever it may be, and you can play it safe and take out some of the uncontrollable variables. To me, a lock is an uncontrollable variable. You know that's the game that he's playing though, and we'll see if it plays out for him. The older you get, and the more you fish, and the more experience you have. I don't want to say everybody's more conservative, but sometimes you make some decisions based on, you know, the less the risk is. You know, trying to increase your chances to make sure you get to that Saturday cut or get to that Bassmaster Classic or win that AOI title. You know, you see that every year in the elites, guys that are. Go ahead, Mike.
Speaking of you getting to the Bassmaster Classics, your day 1 at St. Lawrence, what were your thoughts on that? You actually fell outside our top 40 that qualify for next year's Classic on Grand Lake, and then you had a big day 2.
Yeah.
You gained 10 points, and that's about the difference from you being in and out.
Well, I knew I needed a big day too. Honestly, Mike, I played it safe the first day. I stayed in the river. I did.
Big storm, big wind.
I was conservative. You know, there was 6 to 8 footers out there on Ontario the first day. I did not venture out after seeing the standings. You know, I had 16 pounds the first day, which is like not catching them at St. Lawrence River. You might as well be dead last. I think I was in 80-something place.
88.
I knew I finished. I knew I needed 10 to 15 points minimum to make up to get back into Bassmaster Classic. No second thoughts. The second day I took off to Lake Ontario.
So same thing Kyle's doing pretty much.
Yeah,
so.
except I was like, I have to do this because I can't stay in the river and make it.
Right.
You know, so if I felt like I could stay in the river, catch a limit, and still make the Classic, you know, would I have done that? Probably so. But I felt like my odds of catching the bag that I needed to catch were better in the lake.
And it was a pretty good bag too, wasn't it? 21
something. It was just enough. Just enough.
Like we said, we don't discriminate at the Bassmaster Classic.
That's right.
We're going to say, well, this guy's got no shot. He was the last man in the Classic. No, it is a 55, 56 angler field of the best in the world and duking it out for 3 days of competition. Kyle Patrick will be a part of that field. And like you said, this will galvanize him a little bit. He won't be afraid. This could help him on the Elite Series if he makes it after today of, hey, when I've got the opportunity, I'm not afraid to go for it now.
Right.
Like a lot of you want to negate to playing it safe. And he will now maybe have some confidence to make a huge
After this
adjustment.
dock, we're going to probably leave.
Might make a move in just a moment. The guy this morning who made a quick move, he was somebody who was going to change lakes, and it looks like Matt Messer is on his way to Griffin. He's going to lock through. But before he left Harris, he started out with a big one this morning, which was very key to his day. He caught a couple 3-pounders on day one. He said, I'm going to go do this pattern, maybe to get a couple fish in the boat. He didn't get a couple, but he got a big one, and that is our St. Croix Rods replay of the day so far.
You can look at it a couple different ways. It's like having a couple fish in the box.
Yeah, it's a bonus.
It is one big bite, and that's. I'd rather have that fish early than 13 inches in the box in Florida.
Let's go. It's got to be. It's every bit of 5 pounds.
No matter how you cut it, 2 3-pounders or 1 6-pounder, they both add up to the same amount of weight, and it's a good start for Matt Messer. Has him still unofficially in the lead, as it looks like he's now making his move from Harris into Haynes Creek to lock through into Lake Griffin, one of our other lakes on this playing field. 8 different lakes to choose from as we go out to Tyler Williams, who is already in Griffin fishing some offshore grass.
Mike Mayo is up there too, and he just caught his 3rd fish, and he's up to 8-12 on the day.
Tyler hooked up.
I thought that was a lot bigger than it actually was. My line was like, on the hook set.
He is a happy fella.
Yeah.
Not a care in the world.
Have him and John Cox met yet?
Yes. No, I don't think they have yet, no, but they should.
They might be besties next year on the elites. Granted, Tyler makes it.
Had a couple other guys moving to our top 10. Louis Minetti, Brady Vernon, 7th and 8th.
We got a 2-pounder and a 1-pounder.
Minetti had a good day yesterday, didn't he? 15,
He did.
16 pounds.
15th place.
Yeah.
Tyler Williams, slow and steady, trying to make his way up the leaderboard as we take a look at our unofficial top 10. Tyler is sneaking in there in 10th place. If we see Tyler on our top 10 leaderboard, then we know that he will stay in the top 10 for the EQ and qualify for the Elite Series. Keep an eye on this leaderboard as it changes. Still waiting to hear from Ben Millikin. He may be on his way to Lake Apopka. We'll find out when we come back.
Live coverage of the St. Croix Rod Bassmaster Open at Harris Chain of Lakes is presented by
Ranger Boats, Yamaha, Toyota, and by
Dakota Lithium.
Welcome into final day coverage here at the St. Croix Rods Bassmaster Open at the Harris Chain of Lakes. A couple storylines to follow. Not only will we declare a winner of this event today, they will most likely have the shot at making the Bassmaster Classic if they fished the other 2 events in this division, but also we have our eyes on our points race for the Bassmaster EQs, the Opens AOY race, and JT Thompkins has taken charge of that over the last 3 events or so. And his foot on the pedal, started his day in the top 20 and looking to stay there and close out an AOY season to qualify for the Elite Series.
He's hooked up. Cool.
Well, I got one. Not the. Every one counts today. Major. So. Not a good one. But need 5 more of them. Definitely today. And then we try to go get some kickers later. Plenty of fish here. I just got to get them fired up. Only bad thing is there's bass a full 360 around the boat. It's like the biggest school of bass I ever fished around in my life. And they're just super hard to catch. remember I went outside skiing, I thought I marked shell, but no, it's just the shadows of the fish around me. It was that many.
I mentioned JT's doing well in this tournament. He really hasn't had a bad event all year. I think his worst event finish is near 50th place or something like that in the first event. He spent some extra time at Eufaula, Alabama after that poor performance, which he would call poor performance, and to right his wrongs, and he is on top of the leaderboard. After yesterday, about a 73-point lead over John Garrett, the farthest expanse from first to second we have seen all year. Meanwhile, we've got Trey McKinney right behind John Garrett for second and third. Robert G. locked in there in fourth. Kenta Kimura in fifth. But everyone from sixth to about 12th still has the ability to move and fluctuate in our points race.
Up again. Oh. Had that go both ways before.
There's number 2.
Watching Bass Track yesterday, he got up to a little bit better start. I think he had like 2 fish for 8 pounds.
Yep.
JT's a kid that's really put his time in, and
I wanted to come here. I wasn't getting bit on my brush piles, so I got 4 schools, I think, out here that I can catch a limit off of. So I wanted to make sure I come do that. At least make it a lot tougher on getting caught up to.
What JT Thompkins has done this year is no less than a feat. Phenomenal year on the Bassmaster Open Series. Already knew after the last 2 events he was locked into the Elite Series, and he said, I'm just trying to win. He's won at the Harris Chain in the past. He would love to win again this week, and he's actually got a good shot. Being 15th after day 1, he's right there as we head over to Bobby Lane, also in Harris, but fishing a little different.
Doing what he does best. He's picked up that flipping stick, and he's back in the Kissimmee grass.
Well, we got us a bass.
Here we go.
That fusion flat. Buried him. Number 1. Number 1. So I moved inside thinking these fish, now that ain't a good one, but I moved inside thinking these fish maybe got a little extra pressure on the outside, hoping just to get a bite here or there, and it's a little thicker clump right in here. It's one of my son's absolute favorite spots to fish, is right in this area. He just loves this area right here. So I figured I'd give it a crack for him, and it worked. It'd be nice to get a big one though. That's what we need, is a couple of good ones. But we're on the board.
Matt talked to Bobby Lane, said it's a bigger challenge than he ever expected it to be. He's put more pressure on himself to get back to the Elite. He's a long time Elite. He made the Classic almost every year, 12 years, and can you imagine having to go through the Opens?
Oh, I honestly couldn't. I mean, it truly is like running the gauntlet, and the just the sheer talent of these young anglers that are coming up through the college ranks and stuff now. You know, these kids are so much more polished than I was when I was that age. I didn't have the opportunities that they have and the technology that they have at their fingertips, and the learning curve has just been shortened drastically over the years, you know, and these kids are learning stuff in 2 or 3 years that it took us, you know, 15, 20 years to learn.
How about some trivia?
Okay. Who has the biggest Harris Chain Open weight?
Of the winners.
Of the winners, okay.
Yes, winning
Keith
weight.
Tuma Whitney Stevens, Jesse Wiggins, or Chris Lane?
That would be Bobby Lane's brother, younger brother.
I'm going to say
Bobby's
it's
older.
not B because that was only a 2-day event.
Oh,
I
that's
covered that one. It's not a
okay,
2-day
thanks for
event.
eliminating that for me.
32-pound bag, though.
Yeah, so I'm gonna say no. I'll go D, Chris Lane. What are you doing, Matt?
Well, I was going to go Stevens, but you eliminated that one for me, I believe. I remember Wiggins catching him really big. I think he was in the Gator hole, if I'm not mistaken, when he won that event. I'll go see Wiggins. Oh,
Chris Lane, 72 pounds, 11 ounces, 2012 Harris chain. Such, that has to be with 72-11. That's got to be one of the top 5 winningest weights.
It is in our top 5. Swindle leads with 80 pounds, 13 ounces. Toho, 2011. Corey Johnston, 2021, 78. Millikin, Toledo Bend. This year, 77-14 gets on the board. And then we got Chris Lane, then Jody White, St. Lawrence this year, 71-15. Knocked out Harris chain of 2009 out of our top 5. Brian Hudgens.
I think Brian Hudgens also has one of the top 5 biggest bass in Opens history, based off that win. I think he had one of the 5 biggest bass ever weighed in the Opens.
looks like Patrick's made some adjustments to start throwing some moving baits in that wind. The 2 Tylers and Millikin, I think I know my problem, Ronnie. I think I need to grow my hair out. Long hair must be trending with the fish catchers nowadays.
Sampson,
that's right.
Can you grow your hair out? I know you're getting
What are
to
you
that,
saying?
You're getting to
What
that
are you
line,
saying?
you know, in your career.
What are you saying?
Exactly.
See our top left angler on the Bassmaster Elite Series already. He's on camera today after a 3rd place showing. John Suckup.
Good to see him have a strong tournament too.
I believe I said that incorrectly. John Suckup. And he said he's fishing the Opens. If he wins today, he can't make the Classic. He didn't fish the other Opens in this division, but he wanted to fish these last few Opens in the fall after the Elite season ended. He didn't have a good rookie year on the Elites at all, and said, you know, I've been punched in the mouth all year. I wanted to punch some other people in the mouth, so I wanted to keep getting better and fish these places and just stay in rhythm or break his poor rhythm and get back into where he was when he was one of the hottest anglers in the world for 2 seasons there.
Yep, you know, and I always say when you get in a slump, we've all been through it. It's the best way to get out of that is to fish your way out of it.
Yeah.
And to continue fishing tournaments, don't get down on yourself, keep a positive attitude, and just keep fishing and keep fishing.
John, go ahead.
He's a good angler. I mean, he'll fish his way out of it, I feel like.
John Suckup has won here at a national touring level in the past at the Harris Chain. Trying to harness some of that energy today and end the year with a nice payday. He said a top 10 payday would be good, but I think he wants the #1 payday, about $43,000 and change. That is what the winner will get today. Some winners may get a classic berth as well. We'll be right back.
There we go, baby.
You're watching a Fox Sports presentation of B.A.S.S.
Welcome back to Bassmaster Live. JT Kinney, former winner in the Bassmaster Open Series. John Garrett has been close so many times as well. Those are some of our top guys in the points race all season long. Meanwhile, Trey McKinney right there with them, 3rd place. Such, we've seen some of the best anglers put on such a great season. Robert G. from the University of Tennessee, 4th place in points.
Look at that big head. Yes. He's pretty locked in.
Trey's another kid that I had the pleasure of meeting at a show several years back, and you kind of know when you meet somebody if they kind of got it, and that kid understands the game. I mean,
He's 18 years old.
Yeah, and I guess I met him probably when he was 14 or 15 at a show, and it might have been a classic that I was working, as a matter of fact. And you know, great kid, comes from a good family, has a lot of family support, and obviously a very accomplished angler. But
we showed you a couple of those guys in the top 5 that are safe and secure. They will be on the Elite Series, but 6 through 10, still in question. Wesley Gore still has some work to do. He's inside, but you do not want to drop from being in the top 5 of this event. If you do not catch him today, you could fall far, so you do not want to have that happen.
Yeah, if he zeros, he was 4th place to start the day, 18:15. It's a good weight. If you fall down to 60, if you lose 50 points.
A lot on the line. Very tight race. Again, we're in Florida. One bike can make all the difference in the world. Kyle Austin looks like he's also made an adjustment. I think both the Kyles down in Apopka were flipping earlier, and with this wind, they look like they've switched to moving baits.
And Kyle mentioned that he wants to fish a 1 ounce weight, and flip grass.
Yeah.
But he caught a lot of his fish on a chatterbait yesterday, around some of that next line of eelgrass off the bank a little bit. He said he didn't have to fish right up against it, but a little bit off the bank. He's not quite sure what the weather has done with some of these fish. He said yesterday was really, with 12 pounds or so on day 1, that was a far drop in production from what he was experiencing at Apopka. So he has hope that it could be back up.
Matt Airy, what's your take on momentum in bass fishing? I'm going to talk about JT Thompkins. First event, Open, he's 48th, missed the cut. He goes to the Classic, makes the cut 24th, was really proud of that. And then he goes on a tear, 32nd, 8th, 11th, 14th, and the last 3 all top 10s.
Yeah, momentum is huge in our sport. You watch guys, if you look at the Bassmaster Elite Series over the past, I guess I've been on it for 5 seasons now, look at the AOY winners. Look at Clark Wendell, look at Scott Canterbury. You're talking about a guy who wins the AOY on the Bassmaster Elite Series and misses the Bassmaster Classic the following year or the year prior. And to me, that shows you how critical momentum can be. When you're looking at a guy who wins an AOI title on the highest level of our sport, and then he misses the Bassmaster Classic the next year, you think, how can that be, right? But guys, this is a very up and down game, and when you're fishing good, you're fishing good. When you're fishing bad, your mind can start playing games on you, play tricks on you, things like that.
Baby.
And momentum is absolutely everything in our sport.
Well, like Welcher had an awful season
Another
last
example.
year.
Perfect.
And he was saying, I did almost the exact same things.
Yep.
It's just they worked out this year.
Yep, that's right. And that's a third one that we were talking about that that missed the Classic and then come back and won an Angler of the Year title. That's pretty amazing.
JT Thompkins is a young angler, but bypassed the high school fishing and college fishing route. He fished a lot of team tournaments, a lot of things. You said, you fished with and against his dad.
Yep.
Over the years, and that family has fished quite a bit. His cousin Jacob fishes the Opens as well.
That is truly a fishing family, and Timmy, his dad, I've known for years. A great family, great people. They're very supportive of JT, and I know JT. I think this year he's going to spend well over 300 days on the water. Yeah. And putting that much time on the water is really priceless, especially prepping for what he's about to encounter. Moving into the Elite Series at such a young age, that time on the water will really, really help him moving forward. One
thing that a lot of these young anglers have done, whether they've bypassed college or not, they've had the opportunity and family support of, hey, I'm only going to give this a year, or I'm only going to give this a year or 2. Can we make this work? And they get that support. They work hard for sponsors. They try to make it, and they go and pre-practice, and they do their homework that they need to do to be able to make their dream come true. And then life changes once again this offseason once they make the step up to the Elite Series. So some of these guys do have a timetable. I'm only going to fish for 2 years or a year. I better get it done, so I'm going to give it all I got.
Yep.
Tompkins, I talked to him before this event. He was practicing for the elite event on Smith Mountain, one of the fisheries he's not familiar with. This is before he officially qualified for Leeds,
right,
but the points,
right.
He said he could come here in 0 and still make it. So.
Yeah, he was in. He was in. But doing your homework, and that's part of it. And he's very dedicated to his craft. He does a lot of lake study. He spends a lot of time on the water, and he's a super versatile angler. We see these guys that are so proficient at the offshore game with the forward-facing sonar and things like that, but I'll promise you, Bobby's hooked up here again.
Come on, where's the big ones at? Where's the big ones? Not a fish. What size? Little guys. Little guys.
Bobby's a champion. He's one at the highest levels of pro fishing, and he knows.
Little
that you can hear
guys.
that. Where are the big ones? Like, why is this not working? And he knows that he's bite by bite. He needs to get a clue.
Better than nothing. We saw one jump up here. Maybe we can get him.
Tough day, every fish counts. He's getting a little bit of what we were talking about, momentum going. He's got a couple bites flipping Kissimmee grass. He loves to do that in Florida this time of year, and you know it's building his confidence, and you can tell like he's in his comfort zone, and he continues to do this. I imagine he'll stumble across a couple good bites.
Mentioned, he said this is taking the opens to the elite path is probably the biggest challenge he's ever faced. And he said, all these young guys, he's fishing the bank, he turns around, these guys are fishing offshore. They've unlocked, the forward-facing sonar has unlocked fish we never really went after. And he said, I got to learn it.
Yep.
I'm trying, but I'm not as proficient as these guys who've grown up with it.
And you know, that's what I was talking about JT earlier. He's not only proficient at the offshore game with the forward-facing sonar, but he is, I mean, he came up fishing in the eastern South Carolina coast, fishing, you know, Winyah Bay and the rivers and the PD and things like that, where shallow water power fishing was like his wheelhouse and his dad's wheelhouse. And don't think for a second that kid can't catch him in a foot of water, you know, power fishing with a big topwater bait going down the bank and catching him out there suspended over 60 foot either. He can do everything in between also.
And just know when you watch online, you say, why are these young guys always fishing offshore and never fishing the bank? We are watching a 200, this is 180 for this event, but we're watching a 200 to 225 boat tournament normally, and they're not on the biggest bodies of water. If you're fishing the bank, you're probably fishing used water. You're fishing water another good competitor has fished, so you have to kind of fish off the bank a little bit, find something that maybe someone, I think Ben Millikin mentioned it last night, he said, I think I found one spot that no one else has hit, and I gotta trust and rely on that spot, knowing that there's not getting pressure.
Yeah, and that's
you've been on the Elite Series when we had 75 boats on and then 100. There's
Big
only
difference.
a 25 difference, but that's big. And then so when you go to 200 boat, that's a way bigger difference.
Yeah, I have fished some top level tour events in the past with 200 plus boats, and it makes a really big difference in your decision making process. And you know, for Ben to say he's found a place that he feels like nobody else has found with almost a 200 boat field is pretty amazing. I mean, that's like a needle in a haystack. But to your point, there's certain times of the year where those shallow fish replenish. There's certain times of the year when they don't. This is one of those times of the year that if you're fishing shallow, you know, don't bank on those fish for multiple day events. Offshore bite, a little bit different, more consistent, more fish out there. You know, you could catch those fish 2 or 3 days in a row if needed.
Wesley Gorher, you'll like his list. He says his hobby, all I do is fish.
Not easy. I don't know what the deal. They should be easier than this though.
Nice fourth place start, jumped him from 11th in the EQ points.
Every cast I'm reeling it by at
1
least
point
50
out.
to 100 fish.
Yeah, just
it
1
looks
point
like-
back, 5 spots. Jumped him 5 spots. He's got to stay up there.
Wesley Gore's hoping this offshore shell bar limestone pays off. We'll find out more from Wesley's day in just a few moments after break. But coming up later today, 3 o'clock Eastern Time, 3:15 Eastern Time, roughly the final day weigh-in will ensue. And instead of just 10 anglers and it being about a 30-minute weigh-in, you can strap in for about a 2-hour weigh-in as we have 180 anglers come across, and we'll crown a winner at the end of today. Tomorrow on Fox, the ALCS begins. Corey Seager and the Rangers look to continue their incredible run as they take on Yordan Alvarez and the reigning champion Astros. Catch Game 1 tomorrow at 8 Eastern on Fox. We bring it back to Bassmaster Live here at the Harris Chain of Lakes in Central Florida. We go out to a Floridian, Bobby Lane, who needs a huge day today, a very, very important day of the season. It is the final day of the year. We will crown a winner today to go to the Bassmaster Classic, and we will solidify 9 spots to make the Bassmaster Elite Series. And Bobby Lane currently the first man out. Gaining some ground with some keepers, but needs some big ones, Such.
Yeah, he does need some big ones. He's chasing Ben Millikin about.
Simmer down, boy. It's a shame he's skinny, but there's number 3. Keep plucking away. Keep plucking away. Wait on old big boy to show up. Just keep plucking away. Waiting on big boy. But this is a lot better than what we were doing this morning, because that just wasn't working. I think we got some extra pressure over here, but we just have to fish a little slower.
I could watch that all day.
At least we're getting a few bites.
And don't let the bass track there deceive you. Currently in 23rd, he has moved up 30 or so spots, which is what he needs. But we have a lot of guys who do not have weights currently on bass track. As we take a look at some of the catches earlier today, not the size he needs, Matt Airy, but getting some bites. If you let Bobby Lane get 3 or 4 keepers and then he needs one big one, he could go find that one.
You know, and he's got these 3 fish relatively quick. After he made some adjustments that he needed to do, he's moved over to the Kissimmee grass, picked up a flipping stick, and when Elaine grabs the flipping stick and goes to the grass,
watch out.
Yep, magic can happen. And you know, back out to him here, but he. I think I said this earlier, Mike. I said Bobby might just move over to the Kissimmee grass. I feel like he's gonna flip up a few fish. Did I call that?
You said he'd catch some big ones.
I mean, the
Well, I said, yeah.
I
So
really
he,
thought I could make something happen over there with a.
He's due.
A Berkeley spinnerbait, and it didn't work. So I just picked up my flipping stick and started really slowing down, knowing that, you know, I'm committed to Lake Harris, and I got a whole day to stay here and try to figure out how to catch a couple of big ones. Didn't happen yesterday, but we didn't have the wind. I've just recently caught 3 in the last 30 minutes, so, you know, things are definitely on the upward swing. None of them have any size at all, but it gets me closer to that one big bite. You know, I mean, if I got 4 that weighs 7 and I catch an 8, I'm at 15. If I got, you know, 5 that weigh 10 and I catch an 8, and you know, there's just all kinds of scenarios. So it's nice to have some fish, but you know, it's a far cry from what I need, but it gets me closer and gets me more anxious about getting that one big bite. I mean, that's the way Florida always fishes, and that's why I love Florida, is because you can keep your foot on the throttle all day long, knowing you have the shot to catch a 7, 8, 9, 10 pounder, and it takes you from literally the 7, 8 pounds to 15, 16, 18 pound stringer. So that's where we're at. I'm doing exactly what I love to do, and having a ball out here doing it.
So this is an interesting picture.
Yes,
Here we go.
the Ben Millikin situation.
Very,
I was going to ask you about that. What?
So
having a ball doing it.
So we're taking a look, Matt Airy, for perspective of the fans at home. There's 8 lakes on the Harris chain. If you've never been here, there's 2 different locks you have to go through, multiple canals that you idle through. Ben Millikin, top right of your screen, started the day in 2nd place. He is the last man in the elite qualification right now, but he is in a line right now, it looks like, for the lock or for something up ahead. I don't think they're at the lock. I think there's no way the line is that long. There may be some interaction happening up ahead that has others waiting.
Something doesn't look right here to me.
No.
You know, that lock holds, what, 3 boats roughly?
3 boats.
And you look like you got at least a half a dozen or more boats lined up in the canal
we're
there.
waiting to get through the
and,
lock here.
No, he
Yesterday,
is not right at the
there
lock.
was 0 weight at about the same time of day. We passed several guys on the way that actually turned around, didn't want to wait any longer, but our fishing time is dwindling as we wait here. There's only 3 boats at a time that can make it through this lock. And if we would have made it through right away, we still would have only had 2.5, 3 hours of fishing. So fingers crossed, they keep hurrying people through the lock, and the lock continues to operate properly, like it did not yesterday. So looks like we're moving up a little bit, 2 or 3 more lock cycles, and we might be able to make her through here.
Wow. So apparently,
what is it? 5 to 10 minutes per lock cycle?
Maybe 10 to 15 roughly, but it looks like to me that a lot of guys had the same game plan. They're like, we'll stop somewhere short, fish a while, and then they just happen to all show up at the lock at the same time. Bad luck on Millikin's part, but that's part of the game we play. It's the decisions we make that change the outcome of a whole day. And he's sitting there. He's going to be there for another roughly 30 to 45 minutes minimum. I'm guessing he's got a couple locks to go through in front of him, and
then he's got to get to the south end of Apopka after talking to him where he's fishing this week. That's where he'll have to make his way down there. And it's different, Matt, if he's sitting in this situation, waiting, watching, when he's got 5 small ones in the live well, or he caught some fish off his starting spot.
Yep.
For him not to have any when he left his starting spot, so he lost an hour of fishing time in Apopka because he stopped and fished and then didn't catch any. That's a tough balance.
Well, and in his mind, when he's sitting on his starting spot, he's thinking, okay, all these boats are going on through to Apopka. When I get to the lock, it's going to be wide open. He gets there, and his worst nightmare has materialized, and he's got a dozen boats in front of him. He's got the. At least we know the lock's working now. He did say that.
Yeah, and we also know Kyle Austin went straight there, and we're already like they've been in there for a long time. We see. Both of them on the right side of your screen. They're where Ben Millikin's trying to get to.
Reminds me when I go to the grocery store, though. Everybody goes to the checkout at the same time, and I'm last.
That's what, you go to the grocery store or Walmart, and you make a lap by the checkout counter, and you're like, I'm just going to go see if there's anything else I need for a few minutes.
Yes. When
ice cream's melting.
When hurricanes or tornadoes come through and everyone gets all the toilet paper from the store, you're like, I'll wait it out for a day, and then there's none left.
He's looking for some groceries. He needs it. I mean, any movement of 40 spots between him and Bobby Lane looks like he may climb a little bit today, but if Millikin falls,
well, and that's the deal.
The Elite Series berth on the line.
Yeah.
I mean,
mid-50s. That doesn't mean Bobby has to move 39 spots straight up.
Right.
If Ben drops 15 spots back and Bobby moves 25 spots up, there's your difference. It doesn't have to be
any
just
combination of 39,
yes.
40 points. And the same deal there, Ronnie, with Kyle Patrick and Kyle Austin. I think Tyler Williams, since he's in our top 10 right now, I think he might be safe today to make it to the elites. But those other 3.
And what's going through Millikin's mind right now as an angler?
Yeah.
You can't imagine, because with the Elite Series qualification on the line, him with 0 fish in the box, like you mentioned, Ronnie. Honestly, I'd be considering, if I had some options, to turn around and head back and fish something else. There's Patrick with a nice fish.
That's 1 out of 4. Come on.
It's got to be a confidence booster for him right now.
Holy smokes, he ate it, huh?
Nice one.
That's a good start for him for sure.
It's a well above average keeper for Florida.
For not only the lakes, but also the pattern he was on. Absolutely worst practice he's had this season.
Shaking.
Look at those hands. That's what it's all about. You see him shaking.
A little bit. I need 4 more. Ooh, I can barely put my worm on, boys. We live still?
I've been in that position before where you can hardly put your re-rig a soft plastic or even tie a hook on.
Let's get 1 more, same spot. Just cause. Give me 1 more.
That's what it's all about.
Kyle Patrick said that
almost left on
in
that
a social media post last
close.
night. This is what 12-year-old me has dreamed about, whether it happens for the good or for the bad, just the opportunity. 225 anglers started the season at Eufaula, Alabama, saying, just give me a shot to make the top 9 in points, to make the Elite Series. And going into the last day of the season, there are a couple guys who are nervous for the right reasons. They have that opportunity, and Kyle Patrick's 1 fish closer to that goal.
You can even see it in his face. I mean, not just his hand shaking, but you can see it in his expressions.
5-pounder, we might see some tears of joy and excitement. It is a lifelong dream, a hard road to hoe. It is a tough path. The Bassmaster opens. Kyle Patrick One more fish. It might not seem a lot, but a couple points could go a long way for Kyle Patrick as he tries to make the 2024 Bassmaster Elite Series. We'll be right back.
There we go, baby.
You're watching a Fox Sports presentation of B.A.S.S.
Welcome back to Bassmaster Live here in the state of Florida to end out our open season. Last day of school for these Opens anglers, and some of them are happy the season's almost done. They're gonna end the school year with all A's, and some of these guys are gonna just bomb the final test of the year. It's gonna affect their grade. Matt Messer, he's still holding on to the lead after a 5-pounder this morning. Plenty of other movement can be had from our full field of anglers. You see some of the other anglers we have on camera. Tyler Lubbat had a keeper-filled morning, but no big ones. Meanwhile, Ben Millikin waiting in line for the lock at Apopka. John Sokup in Griffin trying to get his day going. And also a couple guys who have already made it through the lock into Apopka and are fishing, like Kyle Patrick and Kyle Austin. Bobby Lane hanging tight, fishing. This is the best situation. Bobby's never going to wish ill will on someone, but for Bobby to need to close the gap on someone, for him to have all day long in the lake right there where takeoff is to fish versus a guy who is now spending 2+ hours of his day not fishing, just waiting, this is a good opportunity for Bobby to make up ground. He doesn't know that, but at the end of the day, that's how it'll shake out. 8 full hours of fishing for Bobby, maybe only 4 for Ben Millikin.
Or less.
Yeah.
Potentially.
Matt and Bobby's going about it pretty. He's calm.
Oh, yeah. Yeah. Have you ever seen that guy fish hyped up, nervous and shaking? No. I haven't either. Maximizing his fishing time and doing what he does best is surely he knows it's best chance to make the elites. So again, I like what he's doing. He's had a few bites already. He got 3 in 30 minutes flipping. Now
he said he's going to run into a big one sooner or later.
Yeah.
We will.
I'm gonna stand by that.
Okay.
See a couple of the guys in our camera coverage far away. While we head to Eustis, the only angler that's living in Eustis all day long on our camera coverage, Tyler Lubbat. He's hooked up live right now. He's had a good morning full of keepers, needs a big one.
Back. That's cool. Oh my God.
Oh, that's a good fish.
Got her. That's a good one.
Beautiful.
Nice little 3.5 maybe. Yeah. Whew. This first one's for all you guys watching back home. My grandma, my aunt, my mom, my dad, Anglers International, all my buddies. That one's for you guys.
The only angler on Bass Track with a limit. It should cull, get him into second place.
That's a big call too, because we know he's got some
3.5
small
pounder
keepers in the live well. 3.5.
$3.5. Yeah, I got 6. I got a call.
On a day like this, you do not want a culling penalty in Bassmaster rules. Once you get 5 fish, you have to cull, which means you take a bigger one, put it in the live well, take a smaller one, throw it back. You do not want to make a cast with 6 fish in the live well. So
penalty.
Tyler is culling. You'll lose 2 pounds. It's hard to make up in a tight weight event.
So many guys have called in. I had an infraction. I casted with 6 fish in the boat.
Yeah, knock on wood, I've never done that, but I've had some close friends that have. And you wonder, you're like, how in the world does that happen? You just get caught up in the moment.
Guys, I'll go ahead and make it our Mercury move of the day. Such said it. A limit for Tyler Lubbat, former college angler from Alabama. It's the Mercury move of the day. Started the day fishing around the mouth of some canals, caught some numbers but no size, and finally, to end his limit in Cole, he has gotten some size in that area.
Yeah, he caught a really key fish just a moment ago, and you know, he's in really good shape. He's got a lot of time left to fish, and you know, he's one of the anglers that has not locked, so he's maximizing his fishing time. He's been mixing it up quite a bit too, which is interesting. You know, he started off shallow, like you said. He's moved out deep, and it looked like he was kind of in a mid-depth range right here in between. You know, fishing just off the bank, maybe a little shell bed or something right there. But you see a boat that had just gone down the bank in front of him, and he snatched one up right behind him. So he's found a little sweet spot for sure.
So we get a look at our 4-box Matt Messer. Looks like he is now through the lock into Griffin, our leader in the top left. Tyler Lubbat and Eustace, Kyle Patrick and Apopka, and Ben Millikin in the canal trying to get to Apopka.
We can see the lock now, so that's a good thing. He's getting a little bit closer.
I'd say the boats also got sideways. They're not head to toe anymore.
So 2 more cycles at least.
Yeah,
would you
before
say?
he can get in. It looks like there's at least 6 guys in front of him.
Or we just said Lubbat would take over second place with about 9 pounds. Well, Mike Mayo just caught his 4th fish. He's got our biggest bag of the day, 10-3. He's up into second. He's going to keep second.
Yeah, 4 fish for 10. That's a good start. You know, you look at Millikin. He picked up a rod now, and he's fishing at least. So something I definitely, you know, chances are pretty low that you might actually get a bite. But given the opportunity to do it while you're waiting, why not? You know, and we talked about it a minute ago.
I had this spot to myself yesterday. Everybody must have found it.
End of that patch is a good hydro patch.
Obviously kidding there, fishing in the canal by the lock is not necessarily a go-to spot.
It's a slow wait. Luckily this lock is decently quick.
Robert G was 53rd. He's one of our guys who's going to qualify. He's got a limit now, moved up to 11th place. Small limit.
It was my safe bet, but I was
pounds.
stupid and didn't just come here.
Thinking about his decision.
Yeah, he's second guessing it now.
So we take a look at Tyler Williams. Now at the bottom of Griffin. From the weigh-in site, he's only about 2 miles, Such, from the weigh-in site at the bottom of Griffin.
As the crow flies.
Yeah, he's got to get enough head speed and jump some land to make it, but he has to now go all the way around through the lock to get back through multiple lakes when he could probably hear the crowd at Venetian Gardens later today as he's hooked up.
I don't think Poche would try that jump, do you? Solid keeper.
I thought that was a lot bigger. They gotta be right in the wind. Why can't I catch him where it's nice?
Got that old jig back out, doesn't he?
He is a jig fisherman. Won Watts Bar with a football jig, got in the top 10 at Ozarks with a football jig, and fishing some offshore stuff with a jig once again this week.
And is it just me, or does it look like the exact same jig?
I think I can smell the fish from the other lakes there. I think they know.
Number 3.
Move him up to 5th. Lubbat did. His fish updated, he did maintain second place. Half a pound.
Ow. Ow, that kind of hurt.
Messer still with only 1 fish. It is one of the right ones, though. Hooked up.
Not quite what they were yesterday, but I'll take him right now. There is still a bass in there. The tag on his hind end.
First time we've seen flipping pads, right?
Said that was one thing he kind of buried the lead in the videos and articles. Didn't want to necessarily say what kind of grass, but a grassy structure.
Vegetation.
Yes.
Yeah. It's a little bit different, you know, for this time of year in Florida. Pads typically in the spring are a big spawn bite, you know, related directly to the spawn. They like to get around those root balls and spawn on those stems and things like that. And it's a really, really strong bite during the spawn, especially on the Harris chain, and all over Florida for that matter. But that's an interesting bite that he's on, and I don't blame him for not wanting to share the details.
Yeah, yesterday a 714 and a 7.2 and the biggest bag by 3.5 pounds, 24.6. You don't want to tell anybody anything.
Yeah, can't blame the guy for being a little tight-lipped.
Matt Messer will add to his lead right there over Tyler Lubbat. Second keeper of the day for Matt, though. We keep an eye on some other anglers. The one big deal Ben Millikin, 4th place right there. 0 fish so far. Still waiting to get through the lock in Apopka. Keep an eye on that situation and more. Still got JT Thompkins, our points leader. He's sneaking in there. He's in 10th place. We'll be right back.
There we go, baby.
You're watching a Fox Sports presentation of B.A.S.S.
Things are changing here at the Harris Chain of Lakes. So many different storylines coming into this event. Who's going to win the tournament to make the Bassmaster Classic? Who's going to qualify for the Bassmaster Elite Series? Do you stay in Lake Harris? Do you go fish Griffin, Eustis, Dora, Beauclair, Carlton, or risk it all and lock into Apopka? We're seeing it pay off for some and hurt others. So we head out to Tyler Williams, who made his way from Lake Harris this morning straight over to Lake Griffin through a lock. And it has paid off with some keepers, and he is in the top 10 today.
And he's hooked up again.
Best fish.
Solid keeper. On the jig again.
I thought that was a lot bigger. They've got to be right in the wind. Why can't I catch them where it's nice?
This is a fish earlier, right before the break. He's been on a flurry. He's caught quite a few, but this was his biggest before the break, and he's employing that jig once again. We've seen some of these generations of anglers using forward-facing sonar, using different techniques and finesse game, but we've noticed Tyler's strong suit is a big stick and a flipping, a flipping stick and a big jig.
It's a confidence bait for him. Yeah, confidence bait for him. Anytime it gets tough out there, the best thing you can do is pick up, the setup you got the most confidence in. Always fish better that way.
And Tyler, that was just a
That was
few
his
moments
previous
ago.
fish,
yeah,
yeah.
that was just a few moments ago.
Gotcha.
So we head out to him once again. Still fishing right in the head of the wind.
And bowed him up pretty good. Yeah, that's a much better fish. Oh yeah.
Wow.
Another pound and a halfer.
Yeah.
Oh my gosh, I'm catching bass. Ooh, that's a good one.
4 pounder.
Yeah,
range.
that's a good
I love
fish.
fishing. I was stressed like 6-7 minutes ago. Pulled up, 2 casts in a row.
Amazing how fast your mindset can change. Said he was stressing, pulled up, 2 casts in a row, caught 2 back to back.
He just couldn't fall today. I don't think he is. He's going to be an Elite Series angler next year.
Yeah, in good shape. Yeah.
This probably secures it.
Got a 3.5 pounder.
Might not seem like a huge one,
Ow,
but when you're
my
throwing back,
stomach out.
when you're throwing back a pound and a quarter,
Yeah.
There's
maybe
so
a pound and a half,
much
it's a
Yeah.
huge upgrade.
Yep.
2 pounds to his total at least.
Hold up.
More energy in the boat.
Yeah, that helps.
I spoke wrong, Matt. He's working his
It's
way
nice
to a
and-
limit. I think that was number 4. This is his morning. He's caught so many smaller ones and had such a good time. I lost track of some count there, but Tyler Williams, the winner at Watts Bar in Tennessee just 2 events ago to make the Bassmaster Classic. He'll be at the grand stage at Grand Lake, but will he be fishing against you, Matt Airy, on the Bassmaster Elite Series? It looks like he's getting much closer to accomplishing that goal.
I'll say yes.
He's looking pretty strong. Yeah, I like the position that he's in. He's 1 bite away from a limit. He's got one of those in-between fish too, that we're talking about. Usually a guy's 15 pounds, we talked about it earlier, has a 7 or 8 pounder in live well, a bunch of pound and a halfers to go with it, 2 pounders. He's got a 3.5 pounder. Now he gets a big 7 or 8 pounder. He's got 2 for 11 or 12 pounds. So, and then his other keepers to go along with it. 1 more bite, he's got a solid limit. A great start, and still plenty of fishing time left.
I think you just gave him a nickname too, Ronnie. Good Time Tyler.
Good time, Tyler.
I said it's a good time for Tyler.
I haven't gotten to watch him fish a whole lot this year, but I watched him a little bit at his win at Watts Bar, and he's hooked up again here. This will be number 5.
Oh my gosh!
Wow.
I did it!
Whoa!
Easy there,
yeah.
Tyler.
Good time.
That would have been good footage.
Good thing about Florida is if you fall in, there's a 75% chance you could probably stand up wherever you're fishing.
Let's hope there's no gators nearby.
Actually, based on the current flow at Griffin,
2.5 pounder.
2.5, and that's another solid, good above average keeper too.
I have a cell phone that may have made its way down to the south end of Griffin. I dropped it at the north end, but over the years of current, it may have made its way down there.
I doubt it still works. They're supposed to be waterproof now, aren't they?
Being here. Okay, how much you charge? PayPal? Less fees, right?
Up to 4th place with that fish, 10.5 pounds a day, 25.11 total.
It looks from this angle that he's fishing way off the bank, but as the camera pans to the bank, he's not
right
that
there.
far off of there. So he's not out in the abyss, but the angle of your casting can sometimes be important. He's got his head in the wind, so he's able to maintain position. And man, we've seen a jerkbait, we've seen another worm, and then we've seen a jig over to fill his limit. It's been a good morning for Tyler Williams now.
And a jig offshore in Florida is, there's his near fall again.
Got the Williams shuffle going on.
He recovered pretty solidly. A jig offshore in Florida is not really a staple, in the state, so to speak. So typically, because you're fishing a lot of grass and vegetation, and you're not able to milk a jig through that type of cover. But he's obviously offshore or slightly off the bank fishing a shell bed or some hard structure, maybe the brush pile or something, where he's able to milk that jig through there and get some bites. And it's definitely a bait that they don't see a whole lot down there too. So
when we first saw Ben Millikin get in the line, when he approached, I don't know how long he had been sitting in the line, but when we saw his first camera angle of the lock line, that was over 32 minutes ago.
I swear.
There's not fishing guys like Logan Parks can catch up to him. Logan was 107th.
God, I guess.
He's up to 24th place with 4 fish.
Well,
Not a
Clark's
big bag
probably
yet.
been on that spot since I left.
Just know the
So
movement
goofy.
is huge because we have 180 anglers. Not all of them do bass track. Not all of them are in the points race. So that's why Ben, with no fish today, is only fallen 3 spots. The movement is slowed down the leaderboard, but high up the leaderboard.
Logan Park started 7th. He fell 5 spots yesterday. He could gain a lot of points. He's just 4 behind Bobby Lane.
Catch a damn limit.
12th place right now.
We're coming back here immediately.
you heard him say if he can get through and catch a limit, he's immediately going to come back.
Gonna go home and pick on the locals with Panger or what? Yeah. He's the man. Yeah.
7 of them in a whole lake, and everybody gives up and just slide in and get gay with them.
What? Do they not understand the drop shot or what?
Dude, I mean, honestly, like there's like 2 or 3 guys that could catch them. The rest of them are just 4 guys.
I know how that goes.
Not showing it a lot, but you can sense the frustration, with Millikin right now.
And I'll say this. He's on camera. People see him and feel like everyone should give way to who's in second place. But the way this tournament goes, you have 180 anglers for the first 2 days of competition. Normally we advance the top 10 to the final day. Everyone deserves the same amount of courtesy, and so you can't just give way when the field is flipped.
Right.
Like we talked about, guys who get to a spot first on day 1, maybe someone pulls in second or third, or like he said, sees him catching fish there. They maybe were waiting for that spot, so when the day is flipped and they're the first boat out, tomorrow they get to their first shot at the spot. Same thing with the lock situation. There are guys who had this game plan, they're adjusting. They don't just get word that people are catching them in a pocket. That happens, but you also have to make adjustments for your game plan. And if they need a Hail Mary to win this event as well, that might be their Hail Mary to do that.
Absolutely, yeah. A lot on the line for a lot of guys. And you and I are sitting here, we don't know exactly, we obviously know the guys on camera are not the ones in front of him at the lock, but there's some guys that are probably in some pretty critical positions in this tournament that are in front of him also, you know, whether they're vying for the win, trying to make the Bassmaster Classic, trying to cash a check, or whatever it may be.
I think Kyle Austin told me yesterday, waiting for the lock, his co-angler caught a 4-pounder out of the back of the boat in the canal. I would pick up a rod and at least at least try to catch one.
That's right.
While I wait, that keep my mind a little bit more clear possibly. But as it stood yesterday, Ben Millikin was the last man in the Elite Series qualification line, right there in 10th place. Kyle Austin right above him. Tyler Williams really concreting a good day one with another good day two. Keep an eye on this leaderboard and the points race as it changes here on Bassmaster Live. Tomorrow, it's a huge doubleheader on Fox, starting with the 49ers taking on the Browns or other regional action. Then in America's Game of the Week, Jalen Hurts and the Eagles take on the Jets, or Lions battle the Bucks, or Cardinals Rams. Check for the game in your area only on Fox and the Fox Sports app. There are a couple teams that have to deal with the 49ers twice a year. It just so happens my favorite team is one of those, so that's not a great thing in 2023. As we take a look at our playing field for the Bassmaster Open here at the Harris Chain of Lakes, and this is the situation. This is a good positive. Should be a quick process, but Ben Millikin finally entering the lock from the canal, from all the lakes like Beauclair and Carlton, to get to Lake Apopka.
Yep.
And you see how small that lock is, you know, 3 boats tops. But I know that's a relief for him to actually finally be inside the lock.
Yep.
If people don't know why a canal separates some lakes and locks separate others, it actually lowers the water level or raises it to get to the next lake because it is a different elevation of water level.
Be careful with that. That's a really nice light.
Sense some sarcasm in that statement.
He's still in a pretty good mood for having to sit there for.
Yeah, I mean, what do you do, right? What do you do? Doesn't do you any good to get upset or angry. Yep.
Well, you're the man too then. I appreciate it, dude.
More out there waiting.
I appreciate it, dude. Thank you. What's that? All right. Yep.
Sounds like somebody might have let him in front of him or was going to.
We will. We'll get moving.
You know, the tricky thing now is how do you time your return with what you just encountered? You know, you decide to come back and give yourself hour and a half, hour and 45 minutes, but you show up and there's 20 boats in front of you to get back through. You got a problem.
That's why his game plan was, as soon as I catch a limit, if I can catch a quick limit,
come back fast.
Yep. We'll get to see some interesting things.
You can see it log jam.
Riveting footage.
Early in the morning, but the afternoon's coming back, it could be just as bad.
Fishing a brush pile offshore a little bit here in Apopka with a big glide bait, also a big shaky head stand-up worm and drop shot a little bit too, but you could see Millikin pull out the big baits, knowing you don't want to have to deal with this, but the way he fishes and the big bait presentations he does employ, if he gets 3 bites, those 3 could be the right size to be some other people's, like it could carry him. 20 pounds yesterday and just 3 good ones today could spare him what he needs.
Even 2, you know, he gets 2 4 or 5 pound class, you know, bites, and it's like a average limit, you know, for the rest of the lakes, and gets up to that 30 pound. I mean, you know, he's sitting at 20 pounds right now. A couple bites from the right fish, and he's at 30 pounds. And imagine that'd keep him where he needs to be.
And you got to watch out. Some of these guys from deep down, like the Logan Parks, can
still
do the same thing. Catch one of those big fish and jump up from the 70s. And Jamie Bruce, a Canadian, He's from 126 to 16th right now.
Oh, wow.
I mean, there's a lot of guys who haven't reported anything yet.
What's his limit?
He's only got 8.5 right now. It's not a great limit.
That probably shows
He's got
you
a limit, though.
Yeah, it shows you how many guys may not be reporting on Bass Track Hall.
Yes.
That was the big concern. That's why we didn't just go 1 through 10 in the standings today. We had to try to play ball storylines wise because there is so much movement to be had in a Bassmaster Open from day to day.
Like Patrick's gone back to flipping, and Bobby's reversed and gone to a moving bait now.
Yeah, it's the one I threw at the Ozarks, too.
Same jig, there you go.
I love this bait.
Then we could have the winner, some guys going to the Elite Series on camera. Guys going to be the Classic. There'll be other guys disappointed. We know your biggest disappointment in bass fishing happened 2021, Matt. But
thank you for bringing that up,
no,
Mike.
I want you to.
Yeah, no.
He wants you to think about it.
Hey,
part of
you
it.
got second in a Bassmaster Classic. Not everybody can say that.
Well,
We remember it. You don't always remember who finished second, but since you're here, let's talk about it.
Well, I can honestly sit here and tell you that you finish second and you come that close into the biggest event in bass fishing, and you taste it just a little bit. It makes you want it even that much more. And, you know, after that 2021 Classic at Ray Roberts, I never want to miss another Classic, much less I want to capitalize on every opportunity I have once I'm there. You know, that's a tournament you fish to win, period. You don't go fish it. You know, the first one I fished, I was a little starstruck. It's a big stage, it's a big show. But yeah, you go to that tournament for one reason, to win, and when you get that close, I can promise you I want it just as bad as anybody out there now.
Like Hank Cherry, same as you had, possibly the winning
at Grand Lake
fish on.
Yep.
You had potentially the winning fish on.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
And I'm just going to go ahead and say, for those fantasy fishing guys, Matt Airy's pretty darn good at Grand Lake that time of the year. So this leads us to some Bassmaster trivia.
Do you
just to
remember?
rub salt in the
Do you
wound
remember?
a little bit more.
Well,
how close were you to winning the 2021 Classic? 115 away, 110, 115 again, or 2-1?
So yeah, I think well, I know, obviously. I think I know. I might have actually forgotten.
1-5, 110, 115, or 2-1.
Yeah.
Can I go with? Oh, I can't guess.
Let Ronnie go. Ronnie's got to go first.
Okay.
I promise.
I can't go first. You told me the answer, Such.
Oh, I did?
Yeah,
Okay.
I think so.
Can I go with E113?
E113, is that what you thought it was?
Well, this is to win. You'd have
Was
to be
it
an ounce.
115?
You'd have to be an ounce better than Hank Cherry.
Oh, wow, yeah, see, I had
It's
already forgot.
114
I didn't even
down.
know.
50,
I thought the correct answer wasn't even on there.
50 pounds, 15 ounces to 49.1.
See, I'm glad you put it out of your head.
Well, I had. That's so bad I didn't even know what it was. It doesn't matter.
You were close.
If you finish second in the Classic by 1 ounce or 10 pounds, you finish second in the Classic.
Well, and you've heard Davey Height go, man, when I lost out to the Classic, I just wanted it so much more.
Yep, I agree with that. He must have picked up.
Another filler fish.
Well, he's in line to get to the Classic.
Yeah,
there's
number
big
3.
ones in here somewhere.
Number 3.
But that one will work for right now. I'll find him later. Okay. Now 2 bites. I just need them both to be 8s. Too much to ask for. The wind don't seem to be affecting the flipping bite though. That's good news.
Yesterday, but I sort of thought it was tapped out, but I mean,
That was a good
even
bite,
1
too.
pounders right now.
Raises up, is dropping my line. Donk.
Please be a keeper. Please be a keeper.
Wow, should you just see unhook that fish so quick under his arm? No hand on the fish. That was
He's rocking,
impressive.
ain't he? Yeah, it's a keeper.
Keeper for Kyle Patrick.
Hey, I'll take it.
If there's anything we know about him, he is wired up. Whether
I will
it's a good
take
day
it.
or a bad day.
It's making me hard. It's making it hard to leave.
talking about how hard it would be to leave, and he's getting just enough bites to keep him interested, and he's sticking it out for now. And a couple more bites, and he'll have a limit. And that'll mean a lot to him. Hopefully, Cobb can settle down after that. You can tell he's pretty tense right now.
He doesn't know what's waiting for him at the lock either. We've got Ben Millikin sporting the Kobe Bryant jersey, I believe, as he's making his way out of the lock into Lake Apopka. We'll keep an eye on that as he's actually going to restart his fishing day as the bubble boy for making the Elite Series. Bobby Lane, since Ben Millikin has been waiting at the lock, Bobby Lane has caught 3 bass, and those 2 guys are 10th and 11th in the points race. We'll keep an eye on that. Every fish Kyle Patrick catches is a little bit more of an improvement for him. We'll see who can survive and advance when we come back.
Live coverage of the St. Croix Rod Bassmaster Open at Harris Chain of Lakes is presented by
Minn Kota, Power Pole, Skeeter Boats, Progressive Insurance, and by Rapala.
Moves are being made on the final day here at the Harris Chain of Lakes. The canal from the other chain to Apopka has been a popular place the last few minutes. Ben Millikin finally making his way down to his area where he caught 20 pounds of bass on day 1 of this event. Decisions, those decisions can positively or negatively impact your season. JT Thompkins has had a phenomenal year, made all the right decisions this year. It's not too bad when your worst event of the season was a 48th place finish, I believe, at Eufaula, Alabama, as he's hooked up.
Millikin looked late to a pickup basketball game.
Or early.
Or early to it, yeah. JT, what a season.
Here we go.
Fish.
13th, that should bump him into the top 10 again.
That's a little better keeper.
Number 3. Nothing big.
All right, just need 2 more. If I can get 2 more like that, it'll make me feel a lot better. But still got a lot of work to do. But we got plenty of time to do it with. So I'd like to get on a limit hole, finish up my day, but there's one boat kind of beating them up at the moment. I thought it was a big one. I watched it shoot up out the brush pile and I wish they'd all do what he just did. Just shoot up out the brush pile, 0 hesitance. Just smoke it. Pound and a half.
JT Thompkins been a factor at the top of our points race and leaderboards all season long in the Bassmaster Opens. Welcome into the Bassmaster Studio, sponsored by Marathon. I'm Ronnie Moore. That's Matt Erie, Elite Series Pro, and Mike Sukan, always joining us for Bass Live. Guys, we've got 3 hours of action completed. We've got we're halfway through the day, another half to go. Matt, what are some of your takeaways of not only the guys we have on camera, but some of the necessary moves that they'll need to make going forward?
Yeah, I think one of the most interesting stories right now is Millikin and having to deal with the locking situation. The locking situation was probably not what he expected. When he got there was a lot of boats in front of him. He finally got through. We saw him on his way to Apopka, but he was headed to Apopka with 0 fish in the box. So once he makes it there, we're going to have to see how the afternoon unfolds and if the nerves get the best of him or if he can settle in, fish, catch a few fish, do his job, and make it back through the lock.
It could be an interesting time for Ben Millikin. If he catches 5 fish, he said he's going to make it back real quick. He needs his spot that paid off yesterday to pay off today. Meanwhile, Such, you think about some of the guys below him. Bobby Lane with a few keepers today to try to increase his odds of making the Elite Series. And Logan Parks fell down inside the cut, outside, into 12th place in the hundreds in this event, now making a surge up today. There's still points to be gathered.
Yeah, only time will tell who is going to get up in there and get into our top 10 who qualify for next year's Elite Series. And it's going to come down to some big fish and good limits this afternoon. Some guys who are outside are going to climb up in, and some guys who are in there right now may fall out and be a little disappointed in the season like that.
Big time decisions, risk and reward. Do you lock through to Griffin? Do you lock through to Apopka? Which lake do you choose, and which strategy do you take while fishing? Bobby Lane's played it close to the vest, staying close to home in the lake he knows the best. And it's gotten him an okay finish, but he needs a top 25 most likely today to give himself a shot, depending on how the rest of the standings change. Guys like Jamie Bruce, Logan Parks really hurt themselves yesterday with 107th and 126th. They could jump up.
It's pretty fluid, though. I mean, if somebody else, one of those guys that climbs up gets 100 points different or even 50 points, but the other guys above them have to fall. So
that's the biggest thing is you don't want to wish poor on your opponents, but
you wish poor on your opponent.
If some do fall today, then the window is definitely open. Ben Millikin needed that to start the week. He was 17th. He needed some guys to struggle and him to catch them big to make that move. He has done that. Now he has to be the one that is being pursued.
He's got to catch him. He's lost 4 points already today.
This is the one concrete thing. No way, no how can Ben Millikin end his tournament with 20 pounds, basically zeroing today.
Right.
He cannot do that and make the Elite Series. He needs to catch some sort of weight to give himself a shot. So we take a look at our 4-box of Matt Messer, our current leader, John Sokup, also fishing over there in Griffin. Wesley Gore, he's been fishing an offshore shell bar all week long, but said he would get up into some tricky stuff, frog fishing. It obviously looks like his offshore place did not pan out this morning.
This helped big time yesterday by 713.
That's a key bite in Florida, and he's really changed it up. If you look where he's at now, looks like he's throwing a frog, and he's tucked back in there.
And then Tyler Williams is also one of the Griffin anglers. There's 3 anglers on Griffin, 3 anglers going to or in Apopka. And then our other 4 are distributed throughout the rest of the chain. It has been a good and interesting day, kind of a little apprehensive if you're watching Bass Live. There's a lot of details still to be seen. Bass Track will clarify those a little bit, but our weigh-in later today will clarify it a lot. We'll also get a ton more detail on our Bassmaster.com show the rest of the day if you join us there. Matt Messer started strong. He was the day 1 leader, caught a 6-pounder this morning, we'll call it, staying in the lead. Meanwhile, Tyler Lubbat, only fishing for a classic opportunity, started the day in 5th, has had a strong day. Same goes for Tyler Williams. He's already made the classic. He's trying to secure that elite bid. Another good day today will do that. I mentioned it, you can join us. Our coverage will continue at noon Eastern time. We'll be back on Bassmaster.com and you can watch the show there. And we will lead it right up to weigh-in, 3 p.m. Eastern time. We'll hand you off to the weigh-in crew. Hank Weldon will crown a champion and decide all the points races later today in Leesburg, Florida. Thank you for joining us on Fox Sports 1.
Yes! No way! Live coverage of the St. Croix Rod Bassmaster Open at Harris Chain of Lakes is presented by Phoenix Boats.
3 hours left in the bass fishing season for most of our anglers. Harris Chain of Lakes ends today. We will crown a champion and we will decide Elite Series spots as well. We've seen an interesting morning. Decisions have been made. Now the anglers are trying to adjust based off those decisions. As we look at our EQ Opens point standings, this is how they shook out after yesterday's competition. If it were to end exactly like this, all 10 of these anglers would be on the Elite Series next year because Kenta Kamura is already a part of the Elites, and we add these other 9 anglers. But we have another day of fishing today to decide all of that. JT Thompkins, our points leader, has had a great season so far. He really hasn't stumbled anywhere this year. What a phenomenal year it's been. And this morning, fishing a little deeper in Harris, not running far, but getting his day going with a couple keepers.
He's certainly in line to be our St. Croix Bassmaster Opens Angler of the Year. gain its $10,000 bonus.
Well, $10,000 to him, help him a little bit of seed money on the Elite Series, as well as his great season already. So we take a look at our tournament leaderboard now. Matt Messer, after 24 pounds on what was overall a tough fishing day at the Harris Chain, 24 pounds served him right. He's backed it up with almost 11 pounds so far today, and that keeps him in the top spot. I'm feeling like he's gonna have to be around that 40-pound mark when it's all said and done if he wants a shot at winning. It's hard to go to Florida and fish for 2 days and not have a 20-pound average win this tournament, so we'll keep an eye on that. But he started his morning, Matt Airy, with a big one.
Yeah, he did. A really, really critical bite for him. Then he finally made his move to Griffin. Since he's put a couple fish in the box, doing something a little bit different too. We saw him fishing lily pads earlier. That's not kind of the vegetation that most of these guys seem to be targeting. Either it's offshore grass or Kissimmee grass. And he is flipping pads, which is very interesting to me. And he's put a few more fish in the box. He's well on his way to a limit, and like you said, I do think he needs to probably eclipse that 40-pound mark to give himself an opportunity to win today.
One of the big storylines we had as we left Fox Sports 1 in our first 3 hours of coverage was Ben Millikin. He started in Harris on an offshore spot, figured he'd let some guys get through the lock and then roll in there. It has been a long time waiting. He's finally back into Apopka, and he has caught some fish, and moments ago, he got his day started.
Sun's out, guns out.
Big and be nice to me. Be nice to me. Please be nice to me. Ah, not that big, but I'll
Something I
freaking take
haven't
him.
seen much in Millikin's hands this year is a spinning pole.
Hooked him and he just went sideways.
It's not a giant, but it is a
Everyone
giant
gets
for
us
his
closer.
day.
Very critical fish for Millikin right there.
We said once he got to a spot, he started to catch a couple fish, that first one and then another one shortly after that.
Here we go. More on the shaky worm. Not the bitingest dang bait you can throw right now, I think. That's 3. It's a grind. What have we lost? Broke off 2 in the pile. Just part of it. The pile gods were nice to me yesterday. Today they've been not as nice, but regardless, this little 1.3 pounder wasn't gonna get me hung and pull off on that big shaky worm. So
1 1/4 for him.
2 more. It's just a little guy. But we'll
Still a
take
very
it.
critical fish.
Couple fish to his tally today. That is huge for his season. After catching 20 pounds yesterday, he needs to keep it above that 30, maybe 32 pounds after 2 days to be able to survive and maybe stay in the Elite Series cut. Meanwhile, a guy who is fishing for the Classic berth all alone today in Eustis, Tyler Lubbat.
Another 2
Pulling a
3/4.
solid fish there. Be another good call for him.
Keep at it. Keep throwing. Jackhammer. Hydrilla. That one will call.
Yes, it will. About 179 anglers who would love to have that one today.
Yeah, he's got a 1 1/4 pounder, the smallest.
Another 2.5.
Chasing Matt Messer as well as Mike Mayo, who during our break caught his second 5-pounder of the day. Has the biggest bag of 16 pounds. He's in second place. 57-year-old from Texas.
The other storyline kind of connected completely with Ben Millikin is everyone who's right there either barely in the EQ qualification for the Elite Series or just out, and one of the guys just outside of that looking in is Bobby Lane, about 39 points behind Ben Millikin, who started second. Bobby Lane was in the 50s after day 1. He needed to move up for sure, and Ben Millikin needed to maybe help him out a little bit by falling down. We've seen a little bit of both happen today, but Bobby Lane's still lacking a big bite.
You know, without a lot of guys, even on Bass track, Bobby Lane's gained 30 points right now.
Not a big one.
Ow! Number 4 for Bobby, correct?
Yes.
Oh, that's a dinker.
4 1-pounders, 1 pound plus.
But he's going in there for now.
Be interesting to see if Millikin kind of holds true to what he said before the break. He mentioned once he gets
Going
5,
in
he's
there
going
for
to
now.
get back in that lock and get back over.
Yeah, if he catches 2 or 3 more just like that size,
That's what I'm
be
wondering.
willing to bet that he's going to try to hold out. If he sees them, they're biting. That's the biggest thing. They're starting to bite for him.
What's he weigh? The tournament victory or the elite qualification?
Oh, it's elite quality. He's already made. He's already won. He's already going to the
Double
classic.
qualified.
Yeah.
He's in the classic through his win earlier this year.
Yeah, he is all about
Toledo Bend.
maintaining.
Third biggest opens weight.
70-something
Pretty
pounds.
frustrating.
77-14, yeah.
Bobby's still got plenty of time to make this happen too. Fishing in Harris, he's still got several hours of, and what he said was his best bite was in the afternoon yesterday.
And these guys aren't fishing necessarily against each other. They're fishing against the fish.
Right.
You have to catch the right amount of weight to move up either way, but others' decisions do impact you. And the fact that Bobby has fished every moment of the day while some of his closest competitors have been sitting for an hour or 2 throughout their day waiting for a lock, it doesn't necessarily, he doesn't know it and it doesn't make him feel better, but he has maximized every moment.
Right.
And if it's just enough weight at the end of the tournament, that's what it needs.
I don't know, man. It depends. You know, time's of the essence down here, but we don't have nearly enough for what we need, so we'll probably stay till at least, I don't know, 2 o'clock if we have to. I don't want to do that, but we will.
You know, the other thing he has to consider, and we talked about it earlier.
I've broken off 4 fish in this brush pile now and missed and snagged on a couple other bites. It's just been a little bit of a disaster. Brush pile gods, like I was saying a little bit ago, were nice to us yesterday, and they just haven't been as kind today. But the good news is every cast I get in there, I'm getting bit. So we got to turn those break-offs into fish, and we'll be right where we want to be.
Says he may stick it out till 2 o'clock, but he doesn't know what he's going to encounter.
Some big line in there because they're eating it regardless. So they're about to get a 17-pound leader.
That'd be stressful.
If he could box up just a couple more,
I also think that
solid
big
keepers.
bite window is going to open up a little bit later, maybe in about an hour, hopefully. And that's the time for us to really get ahead. But just got to persevere. We got a lot of time left. Only takes 2 more casts to get the right bites in the boat.
Four box here with Ben Millikin, Tyler Lubbat, Bobby Lane, and Tyler Williams. 4 different lakes represented here. We have Apopka in the top left, Eustis top right, Harris bottom left, and Griffin
it's a tough
bottom
day,
right.
I'm not gonna lie. The fish don't seem to be
I don't know, every like 1 out of 5 will act somewhat right, which usually you can get some of them to move. I'm throwing it on their heads and they're just swimming past it. So I don't know, I'm feeling pretty good. I'm very fortunate to catch what I've caught so far. I want to do something cool. I'd like to catch like a 7-pounder or something to weigh in, because I've never weighed in a really, really big bass. So this is the place to do it. I'm trying to.
William's talking about how tough the bite is today and how he can see the fish, and just a lot of them just aren't reacting positively to his bait, dropping it on their head, and they're kind of just sitting there.
I thought if you saw them, it was 100% to get in the boat based on perception.
Not so much the case.
Oh, good.
I'd rather do it out here doing what I like to do instead of throwing a Senko at lily pads or something that is just not how I like to fish. And it seems like it's working out so far. I'd like to get a couple more calls. I still got one 1-pounder in there, but I'll take what I can get.
Now, Matt, what'd you think of Bass getting that forward-facing sonar committee to look at it over the next year? Is it?
You know, I honestly think that is probably the best approach. It's definitely the safest approach. There's a lot of assumptions we can make as anglers and the fans and the viewers, and even the conservation experts, which I think will come into play later too. I think the State Department's conservation people, they all need to be questioned at the end of another year or two of this deal, and try to put facts on paper, stats on paper on what we need to do moving forward. I don't think we have enough evidence yet to say let's just eliminate everything or let's limit this or do that. You know, I think it's the right move. You know, I think, and it's not just they're going to have a committee. You know, they are going to refer to us as the anglers. How much do we use it? How big of a player was it in each tournament? Did all the top 10 use it? Did some of the top 10 use it? Did the winner utilize it the entire event? You know, all that kind of needs to go into a pot, and we need to decipher what the facts are before making a decision on what to do moving forward. I think it's a great plan.
Yeah, the biggest thing I've heard is limit the number.
Yeah, you know, I could sit here and we could talk about 75,000 different scenarios for a year about forward-facing sonar. We've all seen it floating around the internet over the past couple weeks. Been a pretty hot topic, needless to say. But you know, the game has changed. Whether I like it, whether I don't like it, my job is to adapt and try to play it to the best of my ability. That's what I'm having to do. It is. Tyler's talking here.
Well, let's go to one of the guys who's been absolutely incredible this year, whether he's been fishing shallow without forward-facing sonar or utilizing it to the best of his ability. Our points leader, JT Thompkins, we have a camera in the boat today because today is a special day. It is hard to win Angler of the Year, no matter where you're fishing. The Elite Series, the Opens, the College Series, doesn't matter. It's hard to win it, and this man is a couple more bites away and getting back to weigh-in successfully to accomplishing that goal. And this was just a few moments ago. JT's
looks
hooked
like
up.
A pretty good fish.
Oh, please don't come off. He's got it crossways. Come here. Come here.
Ooh. That's the way you like to see him eat a jerkbait.
I got you. Oh, I got it. Oh, that mic had me scared. I don't think you can get a jerkbait any better than that. 5 of them shot up out. So my brush pile nicked the top of the tree, and I got hung in it for a split second, and it popped out. And when it popped out, 4 or 5 of them shot up, and I didn't even have to twitch it when I already had it locked up. That was awesome. I'm shaking so bad I can't even get the hook out. I can get it. There we go. Ah, dang. There we go. That's a good one. Finally.
His best bite of the day for JT Thompkins so far. Had that little bit of a screech in the mic because it got caught up in his reel handle. Not what you want to have, but it all's well that ends well.
I'll tell you, I'll give you a quick tip here. Whether you're dealing with a mic or a hooded sweatshirt with long ties that hang down, I have set the hook in the past in a tournament and wound up one of my hoodie strings, which also in turn backed my drag all the way and it basically free spooled my reel. So yeah, if you're wearing a hoodie out there fishing, you got those strings dangling, tuck them inside your sweatshirt.
Yes.
Hot tip of the day.
Now you said you met him when he was a youngster.
Oh, about half of what he is now, so about 9 or 10 years old.
Wow, he's 21.
This was shortly after, moments ago. So back-to-back fish for JT Thompkins in this flurry, his biggest of the day, and then another one from maybe the same brush pile where they were super aggressive and active after his jerkbait.
Here we go. Oof.
You know, that's a key too, is going through a rotation of baits.
That is huge right there. He might not be a big one, but that means a lot right there.
Number 5, I do believe.
Let's go.
At 15-11 yesterday, he's up to about 24 pounds.
I really want to go do something here in a minute. If I can catch 1 or 2 more and get rid of them 2 really babies, we're gonna throw a frog the rest of the day.
Oh, I like it.
And go have some real fun.
I'm down for it.
I have some frog areas that I've shook off some giants on that I haven't even had to go to. Haven't even gotten to go to because I just felt like I was guaranteed a certain amount of weight out here. So we're about to.
Obviously, Bass Track not updating for everyone, but JT
this.
Thompkins is on his way to another top 15 finish. Let me read off his finishes this year. He's got a
areas
48th,
throw a big
24th,
sticker
32nd,
drop
8th,
shot.
11th, 14th, 7th, 2nd, and 7th.
So 4 top 10s.
He has 4 top 10s in. He's got 2 more finishes in the top 15, so he could add another top 15 this week.
Yeah, that's extremely strong. And to win an AOI, you mentioned it earlier, everything has got to go right in every event. You cannot have a bad tournament, and especially in the Opens when you've got such a big field. You finish 175th or something like that and won, it's hard to recover. But he's been super consistent, and on top of that, you know, 4 top 10s out of 9 events. That's pretty amazing.
It's almost impossible to fish 9 Opens and not miss a check, and he barely did 48th, where the 40 line is the check line. Matt Messer, our unofficial leader, still flipping lily pads.
Yep. Helps a little bit.
Culling now. That was the big concern after catching one early one on a buzzbait. It kind of was slow for him, but now we're already seeing him cull. And he already has his big bite for the day. If he added another 5+ pounder, he would be well on his way.
That thing would have been dead.
Yeah, I'd say one more good solid bite for him puts him up around that 40+ pound mark, and he'd be in really, really good shape.
That was your little one too, right?
Yeah, he swam off. He was alive. Gosh, he'd started losing color and everything. Lord have mercy if he would have died. That'd have been it.
Matt Mercer, our day 1 leader, 24 pounds, 6 ounces. And adding to his total with now a limit and culling. Welcome into the Bassmaster Studio, sponsored by Marathon. I'm Ronnie Moore. That's Bassmaster Elite Series Pro Matt Airy, and Classic runner-up, as Such likes to refer to him. And we've got Mike Sukon in the studio as well. Guys, we've had over half of the day to evaluate what we've seen, and now projecting, Matt, what do you think the rest of the day is going to look like for guys like Matt Airy, Kyle Patrick, Kyle Austin, who are in Apopka, versus guys like JT Thompkins and Bobby Lane, who are in Harris, which is where our takeoff is?
Yeah, it's really interesting. Again, the guys in Apopka, it's still a time management issue, right? So we're looking at a couple different scenarios here. I still like Bobby Lane's situation just because he's able to maximize his fishing time. He's in Harris. He's doing what he likes to do. He's got a flipping stick in his hand. And JT, what's interesting to me about JT is if you look at the situation he's in, he's already qualified for the Elite Series. He was pretty much a shoo-in before this event started, but he wants that AOI title so bad. He's still shaking. He's still nervous. His nerves are really getting to him, but he's settled in. He's catching some fish now. He's got a couple key bites just here recently, and he's doing his job to get that AOI title.
Such Kyle Austin told me on the phone last night that the last few weeks of the season, the last couple events, he's saying, oh, I got a 60th place finish. Well, I can make up some ground next event. I can make up some ground next event. He told me last night on the phone, there's no more time to make up ground. I've got to just continue to do what I'm doing. There are some anglers, though, looking to make up some ground. Logan Parks, Jamie Bruce, even guys like Logan Johnson that are down in 14th in points. Could we see someone outside of the top 10 jump in on the final day of the season and qualify?
Well, there's guys who fell out, you know, like Kyle Austin and Patrick. They need to catch them still. They were some of those guys who, you know, moved down a little bit. Wesley Gore, he's got to catch them, or Bobby Lane, or somebody could come. I mean, Ish was 16-11. He's not on Bass Track. What if he comes in one of those mega bags? He could win the event. I mean, he's not going to get in the elites, but I think we're going to have some elite movement.
We will keep an eye on that and more as Bass Track continues to be unofficial in updates, but one thing that we know is for sure and official is JT Thompkins has had a fantastic 2023 Bassmaster Open season, almost flawless, some would say, missing one check, having 4 top 10s, having 2 more top 20s to go along with it, and he could add another top 20 this week. You see how it lays out JT Thompkins with a lead over John Garrett. John Garrett said, no camera in the boat for me. Well, I guess I'll just have to bust a big bag and move up the leaderboard. We'll keep an eye on that as well. Trey McKinney, 3rd place, locked in. So is Robert G. Meanwhile, Wesley Gore, Tyler Williams, Kyle Austin, Kyle Patrick, and Ben Millikin still have work to do for the Elite Series.
Live coverage of the St. Croix Rod Bassmaster Open at Harris Chain of Lakes is presented by Humminbird, Mercury, Nitro Boats, and by Bass Pro Shops.
Bassmaster Live rolls on here with just 2.5 hours left in the fishing competition for most of the field. But with the Opens, 180 anglers, you've got a long day for some, and we could see some movement happen in the final hour of the day for some of these anglers that aren't running back. We see Ben Millikin adding some weight to the leaderboard there in 5th place. Andrew Hargrove, we've seen him on a championship Saturday or championship Sunday when he made the top 10 at the Ozarks. JT Thompkins had a great flurry just a few minutes ago. Griffin Phillips from Alabama in our top 10 now as well. And guy who's been hanging around all day, Tyler Lubbat, sitting in 3rd place, right behind Matt Messer.
Yeah, Millikin only has 3 fish and Hargrove 4. Soak up stuck on 1.
Tell you something that I talked to John Sokup on the phone last night about. Talked to him about his tough AOI season for the elites. You know, his tough rookie year, 100th place in points, not what he wanted after coming off being one of the hottest anglers in the sport, winning events left and right, it seemed, for a few year stretch there. He kind of came back to crash down to this year, and he acknowledged that and was fishing some of these opens to just be better, to just get back in his groove. He said a ritual he does at takeoff is while he's waiting in line, you know, if he's boat 150, he's just waiting back there. He will read like a scripture of the day, a verse of the day. He said he didn't have any. He was about to do takeoff. He opens up real quick to read something. And where he opened up in his Bible was his weigh-in slip where he won at the Harris Chain. That's what he read that day one. Read the same passage that he did. He didn't realize it until like the weigh-in slip flipped over and he realized that the piece of paper was that weigh-in slip.
Oh my.
So the weigh-in slip that he won at the Harris Chain was the passage he read yesterday.
Yeah,
and
there he is.
Such a great mindset since that moment. That's a good one.
Good fish.
In the boat. It's taken long enough, hasn't it?
There's time to make 4 or 5 more casts. There's time.
And it ate it really good.
3/4 pounder. Somewhere in there.
It's a solid fish. Very solid fish.
All right.
So just throwing a bladed jig.
Right on time. I mean, we
Yeah.
literally just that's.
There you go.
Fingers crossed. Fingers crossed. He smacked it. I mean, he ate it. Woo! We got very limited time to turn this thing around. We only got 2 fish. We got about almost a 2 and almost a 4, so maybe 5 pounds, maybe 6. I think I needed 6 pounds just to get a check to stay in the top 40. I need 14 to stay in the top 10. I've been struggling with knowing what to do because my spot is just completely shut off. That's the first bite on my spot where I caught him yesterday. First bite. Well, significant. I lost a little one this morning. So I ran around and tried shell beds, brush piles, shallow, top water, punching, just tried a couple different things. And in my head, I'm thinking I could go back to Harris and flip and probably catch 7 or 8 pounds, salvage a check, but I ain't gonna win. I'm not even gonna get close. So I just kind of wanted to settle in here for a little bit and see if they'd show me they bite. And I mean, that's a good one. That's the size, that's the quality I've been catching here. I have zero idea if I can, catch 3 more fish here, but I mean, that makes me want to stay the next hour. I got an hour and a half left until I have to rush back. So if they're biting, then that's plenty of time.
2 fish for 6 pounds. He's around the right quality. He's questioning whether he can generate enough bites before it's time for him to get back through the lock.
Which that lock in Haynes Creek from Griffin to Eustis is about a 12 to 15 boats you can probably get in there. I'm not quite sure what the lock master's discretion is, but it's a much bigger lock than the Apopka lock.
It is, yeah, yep, a good bit bigger.
John's got a bright spot of his day, a decent fish. We go over towards JT Thompkins, who can do no wrong this season. We've kind of looked through it as he is our points leader, but this morning, a little bit different approach. He talked about a frog bite that he would maybe explore this afternoon, but he said, I'd love to get my baseline weight offshore, and that is what he has done so far. Caught a few small fish, and then this afternoon caught his biggest one of the day.
And I'm really hoping we can see him go throw that frog around here in just a little bit. He's got a pretty solid limit in the box, and he's got to realize probably now that he's close to that AOY title, and I'm like I said, I'm just sitting here hoping he'll pick up that frog, go shallow, so we can see some magic happen this afternoon. See a couple great big ones eat that thing.
Oof. Let's go.
Oh, maybe he's making my wish come true.
I'm down with it. We're predicting the future without even trying.
Like he might be slinging a plopper around, maybe.
Yeah, definitely that was huge. Those 2 good ones back to back. I mean, one of them wasn't a good one, but on a day like today, with doing what I needed to do today, definitely it was a good one. So, I mean, if I get caught now, he's done a good.
Frogging.
He deserves it. But the day's not over yet. I definitely wanted to come in here. This is what I like to do, and I had some really big bites doing it in practice, and I couldn't get out of my head from not doing it yesterday. So today I'm going to come and do it. And if I know if I can get a bite on a frog in a canal, they have been just giants. So that's what I'm gonna do a little bit. I got this one canal that I shook off like 5 or 6, and I caught a 6, and I shook off 5 or 6 more that all seemed over that 3 pound mark. And some of them were giant. I saw them with my eyes. So that's what I wanted to come here and do. Plus I got some brush piles right outside of here that I had to go hit anyways. So it's not really a risk, it's just had a lot of potential, so I thought I'd come and do it. So one more big bite and it's done. So just need to get that one big bite and play it safe, get back closer to boat ramp, fish around there for the rest of the day, and if I can get that one more big bite. But John Garrett, he's probably one of the best anglers, and he probably is the best angler in Opens EQ. He's been so consistent so many years in a row, and you know, I just had a few lucky breaks this year. So I know he's so many top 10s and stuff. He's in for a win. So I got to look at today like he's going to bring a 30-pound bag because they're here. Look at it like he's going to bring a 30-pound bag and come back and win it. That's the way I got to treat it. So I got to get to 20th place before I feel even remotely comfortable with him on my back. So that's what we're going to shoot for the rest of the day.
So what's been your secret to your historic open season this year? Like what's the juice?
So for me, the way it's been this year is I've had a lot of practices where, you know, I didn't necessarily figure them out to my standards, but I knew how it was going to go down just by doing a lot of research, because I love to do a lot of research. I feel like it benefits me a lot throughout my open season. I feel like that's the extra edge I get. So when I do all this research, I can kind of figure out what I need to do before I even get there. And I can spend my entire practice doing that, and then it just comes down to a tournament between me and the fish. I've already found them, typically, because research is pretty accurate years over years over years. And I feel really confident when I can do that. And then it just comes down to outfishing the people around me and just making good decisions on the water. And this year I've made a lot of good decisions on the water. And I think the benefits of me fishing 300-something days of the year, you know, I learn a lot of things on how to get the fish to bite when a lot of other people can't. So I think that's been a really big deal for me as well, is just time on the water has pushed me to where I'm at overall. So that's time on the water is probably the number one thing, and I'm just lucky enough to be able to put the amount of hours that my family allows me to do. So it's really all thanks to them and the sponsors that support me to be able to do what I do, because this season wouldn't have been remotely possible without the people around me, and that's just, I'd be naive to ever say anything different. So that's kind of how it is. It's been this year for me, and you know, I've had a great year no matter how the rest of the day turns out, and I've enjoyed every minute of it. I love all the competition I've had this year, and it's just been super awesome having the guys around me that I've had this year. You know, John Garrett, Trey McKinney, and all the other guys in the top 10. You know, it's probably been the most stacked Opens EQ field of all time. And to even say that I'm one of the guys that qualified with these group of anglers is just, it's a big deal in my opinion. So just super appreciative of all the guys around me that actually made this Opens field what it is and what it will be in the future. So just super excited to finish out this day and see what, you know, what comes to in the future, especially in the Elite Series next year. Super excited to get on the water and start practicing for that. So that's basically all there is to say about this year.
Hard to substitute effort and hard work and preparation. We see it with some of the Japanese anglers coming and learning these lakes and pre-fishing and taking the time and sacrificing fun in other ways to go and practice and do this. And JT's found that recipe. There's no substitute for hard work.
21 years old, and he is so far beyond his years. Just listening to him talk right there, understanding how things work, and understanding the work ethic and the time that it takes, and the off the water study, the research that he does, you know, the time he spends on the water. You know, he's well spoken. He's a humble kid, a very talented angler, and I look for big things from JT when he hits the Elite Series.
He got rolling after edging you by 6 ounces at the Classic. That kind of got him.
No, wait. I am going to defend that. I've never been late to check in my entire life.
Oh my!
I was late to a check-in on day 1 at the Bassmaster Classic in Knoxville, so I got penalized.
Hey, I will say of all
three
the
of us
classic,
were actually.
Of all the classic destinations, the 2 classics we've had at Fort Loudon and Tellico and Knoxville, we have had the most people be late showing up there. Yep. I don't know if it's the amount of current coming down the river and it takes you 5 extra minutes getting back, or what the deal.
It's how it winds, and that's my story. I'm sticking to it anyway. It was Pat Schlapper, Mark Frazier, myself. There were 4 of us the first day on day 1 at the Classic in Knoxville that were late, and I think I was a minute, Mark was a minute, Schlapper was like 3 or 4 minutes. Bless him.
I think Palmer.
Palmer was late.
Palmer was late like 3 or 4 minutes.
There was 4 of us. It was Palmer that was.
I'll throw our last guest host of Bass Live, Jake Whitaker, his 2019 Classic at Fort Loudon, he was a minute or two late and missed the top 25 cut by about a pound and a half. So,
by a minute. How about a big fish? Joey Hand with a 6-pounder today.
Oh, that's a game changer.
He's up to 17th
10 and a half,
place.
10 and 3/4 pounds. Really kind of spent the last couple hours just trying to generate a big bite on some stuff that I haven't really hit too much in practice. But now we're going through the Dora Canal, gonna hit Dora for a couple hours, see if we can get a big bite over there. That's where I was getting my big bites in practice, just fishing eelgrass. But we'll see. We need a couple more big bites before the day's over. Just got to keep casting like we've been doing all day and hope a couple big ones get in the boat.
I'm sorry, I see Illinois on there, and I listen, I close my eyes and hear him talk. And former Elite Series pro Chris Groh and him have to be brothers. They have to be related somehow.
get an update from Tyler as he makes his move to another area, like he said, idling. While JT Thompkins working on a frog bite. I'm cool if he just locks this in his hand.
I'm holding my breath. He's not wasting any time the way he's working that frog either.
Him and Kyle Patrick are wired the same, it seems. JT only wants the bass who really want that frog. He is.
I like it.
Cruising through the canal, not wasting any time. You often see that in basketball. Some of the best jump shooters no wasted motions. In bass fishing, he's been on a groove, no wasted moments in the day for JT Thompkins. John Garrett, he can do all he can today, but if JT stays in the top 19, it's JT's to win no matter what. Trey McKinney, another fantastic season. Robert G as well. Meanwhile, we have Wesley Gore, Tyler Williams, Kyles, both of them, and Ben Millikin still sweating it at the bottom of the top 10 of EQ. We'll be right back.
Yes! No way! Live coverage of the St. Croix Rod Bassmaster Open at Harris Chain of Lakes is presented by Phoenix Boats.
Quite an interesting deal we have here going on at the Harris Chain of Lakes. Final day of the season. You only have a few more hours to get your job done. For some of these guys, getting the job done is winning this event to go to the Bassmaster Classic. Some of them need to catch enough to cut a check to end the year strong, and some of them need to move up significantly to make the Bassmaster Elite Series. It looks like in Apopka, we've had one Kyle start to leave. Kyle Austin making his way out, while Kyle Patrick and now Ben Millikin are the two on camera left in Apopka. Ben Millikin, we know he's had his troubles throughout the day waiting for the lock. He's caught a few small fish. Now that he's got to his areas, he's broke off a few in brush piles. Matt Airy, he still has a couple to go for his limit.
Yeah, and he's picked up a drop shot, which is, and he's hooked up. Come on. Definitely a way to generate some bites when you need them. Come on.
Come on, baby.
It's a good fish.
Come on. Come on. One more. Let's go. One more. That's it.
His best fish so far.
Just one shy of a limit now, and he knows if he gets that fifth fish,
Didn't think
that
those
he's
were
done
bass.
his job.
It does sound like if he catches one more, that he will leave and not be greedy for a more weight and a bigger one. Just get out of Apopka with a limit and try to maybe use some time in another lake on the way back.
Yeah, that. You definitely seem to be hinting to that just then.
Yes, sir.
You know, one more to me means if he can feel that limit, that he's out of there.
Another guy who fished deep all tournament, but has mixed in some frog fishing in canals is Wesley Gore. He's on the right side of your screen now.
Nope, he's hooked up.
Good one. Big one. Yes.
Boy, that's huge.
Yes.
It's on the same plan as JT Thompkins, it looks like.
He needs it way more, though.
Need a couple lots like that.
I would agree.
He's probably
he was in jeopardy of losing the gains he made yesterday in the EQ points. 11th to 6th.
Come on, dude.
He's going to 9th.
So that's his third fish.
Yes.
He'll get back in.
Thank you for getting it, dude. Thank you.
And that was
it's
a
about
solid
freaking
fish.
time one gets it.
You know, we got a lot of guys not on Bass Track, but Millikin even at 4th place.
Put him in at 2.8.
He's down to 12
over 3 pounds.
EQ points.
Over 3 pounds.
Yeah, at least.
Yeah, I'm gonna say a good solid 3.5 pounder there.
And Sam George, who's got 4 for 12 pounds.
Wow.
Is into 10th.
Wow.
On our Bass Track, it shows where they're standing on the
I haven't seen anybody
Bass
else
Track.
doing this, so, I mean.
Their EQ standing. And Sam George right now is 10th. I mean, there's a lot of moving parts still.
What's his 2-day total right now?
Sam George?
I don't feel like
19
I'm
and a
fishing
half.
20 pounds.
Behind people.
Logan Parks
can't
is
freaking get
6th.
that
See,
many
you look at
bites
that and you
today.
try to see
Bass
where,
Track.
where reality will come back to.
Weights,
in the
yes.
80s was 10 pounds on day one. So 20 pounds, if you had to say maybe
One of the right
70th.
ones.
You're only going to get, yeah, because we got so many people.
So it's
Granted,
not
Bass
20,
I've had
20
2 bites
second,
today.
but yes.
Well, 3 bite, but I took 2 that size. The other one I lost was about the same size.
Wesley, a former high school angler, he fished at Montevallo as well. He told me last night he dropped out of school. He had the support from family.
Yes, dude.
That why he was a valedictorian in high school. He said, "Why do I want to waste my time in college if I'm trying to be
care,
pro?
dude. 3 more bites.
And I've got an opportunity." And so
boat 'em.
he's a few more fish away from doing so. JT Thompkins hooks up with one that
Came unbuttoned
came
whenever.
off.
About the opposite of the way I thought it would go. I thought I'd get hardly any bites, but some big ones. And that fish is still on there. He'll be fine. There we go. Nah.
Oh, he still got the fish.
Got a choke though.
Not the frog bite he was looking for. Still fun.
He was way up underneath that pontoon. Heck, I was worried about keepers. I should have just come doing this all day. Jeez, I caught 3 in 20 minutes.
Nope, we got another bite.
That'll help. Who knew you can go catch a limit in a canal? Actually,
Pass on his Bass Track are 2 1-pounders, 1.5, or 2 1.5s, and the 3 1/4.
oh, you sucker. Okay. 2-pounder. All right. What'd you say? Yeah.
Bassmaster? Sorry, we're in a canal in Florida. I had to.
You know, when he
What?
said when he said what, I was
No,
thinking,
he
wait a
was
minute,
just
that was
kinda sitting
St.
out
John's, I believe. So that can't
And
be the
Seth
same.
Fighter,
Can't
yeah.
be the same
Different
person.
Floridian club. Ben Millikin's hooked up. Maybe keeper number 5.
The hell is that? Oh my God. Just an unhealthy bass. Thought it was like almost looked like a walleye, if that makes any sense. That's a 6-pounder in a 2.5 pounder's body. I'm just highly confused right now. Sorry, I didn't know what that fish was. I almost thought it was a gar. Okay, keep going. Keep going. That's a limit.
It was a bass.
That was the weirdest looking fish I've ever seen.
Limit.
I mean, I understand being unhealthy, but
Critical
that was
fish for him.
something to see right there. That's a spectacle. There's about 100 more of them right here too.
What's crazy is we could talk about Ben Millikin, the fear of catching a fish at a certain point today, the fear of getting to his spot,
Dude.
the fear of catching a limit, and now he could still win this tournament. He was 2nd place yesterday, 20 pounds.
So much for him catching his 5th and leaving immediately.
He said there was about 100.
Yeah,
so
if you're
I'll
looking
give
at that many
it
bass.
What's the
Yeah,
original
I'd say
Harris
a few more
chain
casts.
bass?
A few more casts.
He was fighting just like a piece of red.
Tyler's hooked up.
That's what we need. Boom. Paid off coming in the door real quick. That's another 2-pounder. Yeah, this pile that I'm fishing out here, it's not really brush. It's just like some weird stuff that's down there. I like to call them junk piles. Sometimes they're stumps with some old limbs and some old grass patches. Just a bunch of junk down there. Now we got our filler fish out of the way. We just need to catch 2 big ones. Alright, there's 3 on that side.
I don't think he's a chain rat like Chris Grow is, but he is just a little southeast of there, maybe an hour and a half. Maybe he's fished some of the lakes, Fox Lake up there in Illinois, maybe. Millikin's hooked up again, now looking to Cole.
Come here, bud. Come here, bud. Trey the cameraman, give me some.
There we go.
Let's go. I'm not gonna say we've had everything working against us today. I'm out here fishing, but my goodness, a lot of work for one of them little suckers, that's for sure. I don't even know if that's gonna help us. You guys mad? Let's weigh him quick.
I think
Sure
he's
we
got
got 5?
Something. He hasn't had nothing
Because I'm bad at math.
substantial.
A couple hundred more of those in here too.
Good to hear him take a deep sigh of relief there.
Normally you fist bump the
Yeah,
cameraman with a
look at
3 or 4
smallest
pounder,
one.
but the day that he has had culling is a goal achieved.
Relative to the situation, right?
$194 it looks like.
2-pounder.
Ain't out of batteries, all right. Why not? Why not? Make sure we got 5 in here. Nope. You're gonna get a tag, bud.
Yeah, so far has definitely not gone as planned. We had a lot more wind out the north down on Apopka, and I don't know if that messed them up or what, but yeah, I went from getting 30 bites yesterday to I probably only had 3 bites down there this morning, and we caught 2 of them, and they're tiny. They're just keeper-sized fish, so we're gonna make a move, and we're gonna go run some brush piles, some hard spots and stuff on Eustis and Harris, and see if we can't turn the day around. We got an interesting party barge here.
So, not really compared to Florida, but 5s are big ones to me.
If we're gonna catch them, we're gonna be on that thing this afternoon.
See if Robertson was driving that boat, did you?
Yeah, I did not see that.
That's her.
Tyler's locked up.
Nope, that's not the one I'm looking at. It's not gonna call, and so I'm not really caring about her. I don't think it will.
It's heating up a little bit.
It is. It is. Florida fish like that sunshine.
Bleeding like hell.
There's an eclipse going on starting right here, right now.
She's bleeding.
Does that trigger a bite?
Well, I don't know. We'll see.
That's a different kind of weather watch.
Yeah.
We'll keep an eye on Tyler Lubbat as he tries to upgrade, and Cole Ben Millikin saving his season in the last. Who would have thought that maybe your toughest day of the year could be enough weight to get you into the Elite Series? That's what Ben Millikin's on the precipice of right now. Let's keep an eye on JT Thompkins as he continues to upgrade in those canals. We'll be right back.
Yes! No way! Live coverage of the St. Croix Rod Bassmaster Open at Harris Chain of Lakes is presented by Phoenix Boats.
Welcome back to Bassmaster Live here in the sunshine state of Florida. They've experienced a little bit different weather this week. Tornadoes came through on Thursday, postponing the event and making it a 2-day tournament. And they've also had hoodie weather in Florida. A little bit different in the fall for these anglers. What to expect? Look at them chickens.
It's alligator food.
Yeah, that is alligator food for sure. I don't think they know where they're at.
How close they are to death right there.
Got turtles, gators,
Alligators love turtles.
There's a professional fisherman right there. There's one who fishes for a living. Well, I don't like that guy. That guy's terrible.
The last time I was at the Harris Chain, I saw a couple otters devouring their fish on the dock together.
Wow.
A little family of otters.
Could have been your limit fish.
Yeah, could have been.
Otters.
Met his demise during our practice.
Kyle Austin making his move last segment through the canals out of Apopka. Meanwhile, we've got Ben Millikin, who promised he'd leave after a limit. He didn't say how quickly after he caught his limit, but looking to upgrade. Has had a phenomenal hour. I'll say this, Matt Airy, hindsight's 20/20 every time, but if my fish were biting that good on my brush pile, I would have went there off the rip.
But with the sunshine, typically the brush pile bite improves as the day goes on. So maybe things worked out the way they should have, but again, you said hindsight's 20/20. He could have gotten there this morning. They could have not been set up right. They could have been, out feeding, roaming, whatever. And once the sun got up and he ended up getting there a little bit later, it could have been a blessing in disguise for him.
And he has made the last hour so productive.
I don't think he's as big of a fan of bass as he is deer.
Meanwhile, we're listening to JT Thompkins,
Andy
bottom
Morgan,
left.
I think you like.
Bobby Lane in the bottom right.
There's a bunch of them.
Waiting for him to strike gold. He needs one big one to really make a jump in this leaderboard.
Yep.
Not really though. I've got 3, maybe a 3-pounder and 2 1-pounders. I really think that there's hope I can catch 2 2-pounders, 2.5s up here and salvage my day. if I could add 5 pounds to my current bag, I would have like 10, which I'll be sweating at weigh-in, but I think that might be all it takes. But I can assure you right now, with 5 pounds, it's not going to do it. So just need to get 2 more bites. That's it.
Millikin's still fishing. He's picked up the glide now.
You got a long time to do it. 2 hours, 25 minutes.
Looks like we're looking at the lock.
This
From
is
Griffin?
The Griffin lock, yes, out of Haynes Creek. Tyler Williams hanging out in there.
I was going to say.
Everybody grab a piece of someone else's
Yeah,
boat
that's right.
and just
Hang
hang
on.
out for 10 minutes. Whoa, we got other boats in here as well.
Some recreational traffic in there.
Bumpy. Anyways, I was trying to hold on yesterday, and I was like, whoa, I'm drifting. I'm spinning.
Everybody's going to start making their way from wherever they've been back towards Lake Harris, which is where the weigh-in is at Venetian Gardens, right there in Leesburg, Florida. If you're in the region, be there. It'll be the biggest, most dramatic weigh-in of the year. You never have a final day with 10 guys. There's more than 10 guys weighing in. You'll have 180 AOI, a winner, everything in play. Tyler Lubbat's trying to win this event as well. He's had a phenomenal day.
Of all the guys we've been watching, he's definitely been able to generate the most bites.
I'm going to come back.
Could be his biggest of the day, too.
Boom, baby. Boom.
It's a helper.
Probably another 3-pounder. Almost 3. Nah, 2 3/4, but it's another solid one in Florida. I was just telling you guys that the ribbon tail's better. Well, I just switched it up to the straight tail and caught that one. Oh, anyway. Pounder.
He is the
It's a good call.
Representation of a consistent bag.
sure.
A bunch of 2.5 to 3.5 pounders. No giants. What a 6-pounder would do for
Talk about a
his
call.
bag, taking it from
Little baby gone.
pretty good to special day.
Yeah, and that's a really strong pole there too. But like you said, those quality 2.5 to 3 pound bites, a limit of those is hard to come by. And if he could, stumble across a 7 or 8 pounder, even a 9 or 10 pounder, which we know this place has plenty of them, he could definitely make a move right here towards
What
the
is
end.
about 13 pounds? We got our second biggest bag of the day to Mike Mayo's 16-0. So
Tyler Lubbat.
Pretty quick.
Ultra
Pretty fun.
consistent. Started early this morning, fishing around the mouths of some of these canals with a bladed jig.
Barely.
And then he
Number
took it
one.
to Eustis. That's been a place that he has lived. Not many people have. Somebody on the phone last night said the watercolor and clarity in Eustis has been garbage all week. And I didn't tell him that Lubbat's unlocked the secret, but Lubbat said the same thing. Fish can barely see a worm, it seems, down there, but a bladed jig has been big for him. Now he's starting to get that worm bite to go as it's sunny.
Number 4.
Yeah, one of the biggest keys, you mentioned it earlier, and Tyler said the same thing, and I think it's what he told you, was that the water had been that way for a while now. It's not like it just happened overnight, so the fish have adjusted to it. They didn't just vacate the lake.
Yep.
Once the water settled out, he just figured out how to make a bite.
2 3/4 one. Jackhammer. Hydrilla.
This angler has gone through every possible level of the Bassmaster tournament trail available to him. High school, college, now the Opens, maybe even fishing a part of the Bass Nation for a while at some point. Let's pull
It's been a grind today, but we've caught a lot of fish. Decent amount of fish,
now.
I guess you could say. Started out pretty small. We don't have any kickers yet, but we called our way up. Now we got a pretty decent limit of 5 solid fish. Got about 13 pounds. We know that won't cut it for the win, but now we got all our filler fish. We just need a couple kickers, and we might be right up there for the top 10. We made a quick adjustment now. We started our morning throwing a chatterbait in hydrilla in Lake Eustis, and we decided to switch it up once we filled our limit and called up a couple times, but not too big. Made an adjustment to come here to Lake Dora and just pulled up to our first little brush pile and called out for 2 solid ones. Just got to keep at it and hope we get a couple bigger bites and make a run at it.
We almost have a fish caught in every lake. We've seen Harris, Griffin, Eustis, now Dora. We've seen a Popka.
The key for me this year, and especially this week, is trying to find these little off-the-wall kind of places, a way that people might not stop on. Like this is just a little tiny stick. I like to call them junk piles, where it's like a stick, a stump, a hard spot, some shell. And people pass them up, but there's little groups of fish, maybe 10 that sit on them. Like right now on my forward-facing sonar, I can see that they pushed a bait ball up onto this little junk pile. So now there's a bait ball there and 3 or 4 fish feeding on that bait ball.
Crazy what goes on under the water that we never knew about or didn't see, and now can see it in real time and adjust or react or learn.
And it's, you know, one thing that forward-facing sonar has taught me more than anything is just fish behavior in general. Being able to identify different species and how they react to your bait, and how to adjust your cadence based on, you know, how aggressive they are or how much they bird dog it and turn off of it and things like that. So, and it gives you a better idea and understanding on how many fish really live in a lake,
it's really
and
important.
how many fish won't bite your lure, you know, and changing the presentation is, and the cadence is really the key to being able to trigger a lot of those fish to bite.
Two crucial moves for these guys who both are limitless. They do not have a limit in the boat. Kyle Patrick, Kyle Austin. 3 fish for Patrick, 2 fish for Austin. Both of them still fighting for their elite lives. Austin came into today and around 50th in the tournament. Patrick around 70th. So that means they were almost deadlock in the points race in 8th and 9th respectively. Them both falling down today could give Ben Millikin some security if he doesn't fall. And it could open the door for somebody like Bobby Lane to where he doesn't have to beat the guy in the top 5.
Logan Parks.
There's somebody else, yeah, or Logan Parks
Kyle
can make
Austin
a
is
move.
fallen down on Bass Track to 13th in the EQ points.
Oh.
I think Patrick is still inside. Yeah, he's at 8th.
Austin's in need of a few bites.
And just remember, if you're deciphering Bass Track and you see it, you're going to get really emotional as you see guys make big moves up and down. It will level out, and we can most of the time do it based on averages. Yesterday, you were in the 80s and you had 10 pounds even. So if you see someone who has 20 pounds and they're in the top 20, it will probably level out and they'll be around that 70 to 80 mark in the tournament. So those 50 points they unofficially gain on Bass Track, they'll come back to earth a little bit.
Yes.
In that 70th.
Like Sam George, he was at 140
yes.
something. Right now he's 25th, so he's
Yes.
10th. He's in the final spot
which means
to get,
he's probably actually behind Kyle Austin in the points race because he will come. Kyle, if you did good work yesterday, like Millikin, like Wesley Gore, it looks like it's just as tough today, if not tougher than yesterday. Those guys are way ahead of the ball. If you have a 2-day tournament and it's tough conditions and you catch a big bag on one of those days, more than half your work is done. 3/4 of your work is done with that one good bag. Would you agree with that, Matt?
Oh, absolutely.
In terms of tough tournaments, if you are able to do a good bag, man, that carries you a lot farther.
Yeah, very much so. And you can see today just the way that this is playing out. It's an extremely tough bite. A lot of the guys, their water's completely changed. The wind shifted, and they are having to make some major adjustments in order just to generate a few bites. I mean, Patrick's moved back into a canal system now with a spinning rod in his hand. Looks like he might be throwing a wacky worm around just to try to fill that limit because he knows how critical that is.
We head over to John Sokup. I think he's still on the south end of Griffin, which is actually very close to Venetian Gardens for the takeoff.
Yeah.
But like we said, unless you're gonna
as a crow flies, it might be a football field over.
I mean, he could do it in his boat probably, but.
You saw a lot of these guys already locking back through from Griffin too, and he's going to be pushing it a little bit longer. He could be a later flight too. It's another solid fish. Yep. Getting the right bites.
What a grind, bro. What a grind. Well, that might be a check. Number 3. You know what I mean? You know, he ate it like he's supposed to. Like he's a bad boy. Maybe they're just now starting to wake up. I mean, dude, you know how many, every 5 minutes my mind says, go somewhere else,
yeah,
go somewhere else, go somewhere else.
I see your head going, struggling with it.
Yeah.
But, yeah, man.
It never feels good to die on a spot. Right. Never feels good to die on a spot. But nothing feels better than having confidence in your spot and catching them too. So it's like, huh? It is. I mean, I gotta stay with, with that in mind, that fish. We got approximately 45 minutes left. We push it. And we've been here for about 45 minutes. This last little round I've already completed about 2. Well, actually, been here for an hour, huh? Yeah, about an hour.
It's amazing how most anglers will think that they're the one struggling, not that it's tough for everyone. They're assuming they're the one on the downturn where that might not be the case.
Leif Messer, the brother of leader Matt Messer.
Right now I got
all his fish popped in 18 pounds. He's up to 6th place from 80.
8 pounds.
Wow. First,
Wow.
14 pounds gets me a top 10. And that's just 2 threes. Swing the bat twice here. And they're definitely here.
John mentioned he's got the confidence to go ahead and push it to the limit. Another 45 minutes, and then he'll have to start making his way back.
Only got to make up about 7.5 pounds on the leader to.
He's on the right quality.
He's 2 fish shy of a limit.
Yeah,
so.
and he's on the right quality too.
It's getting tight at the top. Matt Messer, Mike Mayo, they have been there all tournament long. Ben Millikin has had his share of ups and downs today, and like he said, felt like everything in the world was against him today, but he has somehow not only got a limit, he has cold so far. We'll keep an eye on that. We got another Messer brother, like Such mentioned, in 5th place, Leif Messer, showing up to the party a little late, but still, nonetheless.
He's partying.
Yes! No way! Live coverage of the St. Croix Rod Bassmaster Open at Harris Chain of Lakes is presented by Phoenix Boats.
Welcome back to Bassmaster Live. Our anglers start to negotiate where they are. Coming back closer to Lake Harris for the weigh-in a little bit later today. Still some big moves to be made. Guys who do not have limits that will be sweating it out if it stays status quo. We head out for one of the anglers who's kind of had off to a hot start a hot midday for the last hour, John Sokup.
The way they were back
about getting a couple bites.
There we go.
In 45-minute span, and he's got another one here.
Stay on. I know you're little, but just stay on.
Keeper.
Number 4. Number 4. Pound and a half. Huh? A couple more dollars, yeah. Yeah. All right. That one's bigger. He's my small one. Let them all breathe. So the wind's calmed down a little bit, and I'm able to kind of settle. And if you look carefully, you can see a touch of a dark spot underneath the surface here where I'm casting. And that's just some thicker grass that's up. And I got me a little waypoint here. So now that I can kind of spot lock with the wind being down a little bit, I can kind of chop it up, you know. That fish right there, that was one of those fish I was just chopping up the mat. Pizza, you know, like a pizza pie, just chopping little sections.
You know, before forward-facing sonar, you could. Oh. Thought he was hooked up again. He is hooked up again.
Oh, cool.
Oh, oh.
That was just the grass. Man, I thought I had him. Sometimes they get mushy like that, you know, like they feel like grass, and sometimes they pounce on it. But.
Talking about seeing it with the sunlight being up, how important it was to be able to see those clumps of grass as isolated targets. But now, with forward-facing sonar, you know, anglers are able to utilize that to see those clumps, whether it's cloudy, sunny, whatever the conditions.
See, and that's where you can tell that the technology is useful, but it's not an end-all, be-all. John Sokov is one of the best forward-facing sonar anglers touted coming into the elites, and it just doesn't go well. Said he did a lot of things in the Elite Series, going for it, swinging for it, doing things that you just, like he's got to fish better than who he is to be able to compete instead of doing what he does best.
It's been a day out here. I want to give a shout out to all my friends and family back home that are watching. My grandma, my aunt, my mom, my dad's down here watching. All my buddies, Anglers International Resources at the shop looking out. Everybody that supports me is the best. You know, you can't do without the support. Everyone that's out here will tell you the same. My girlfriend, can't forget that one. That one's probably the most important. Man, there's one decent one just sitting down there.
Millikin still holding strong in a Apopka.
I don't know if he expected to maybe it would take a little longer to catch a limit, and doing that still keeps him on a good timetable to return.
Do what? Who do I have cheering me on at home? I'd say about everybody. I know my mom, my dad, my wife, my kids, probably half of Lakeland. I think everybody is. I'm only about an hour and 15, 20 minutes from here, and fishing is what we do, and we do a lot of it. All the lanes do, for sure. And I am steadily at it, one flip, one cast at a time, just waiting for old Big.
Bobby talking about his support group at home and his family and kids and everybody that stands behind him. I tell you that how important that is as a professional angler to have that group that stands behind you, because it's not as important when you have a good tournament as it is when you have a bad tournament. You know, and then they're there for you. You know,
boring day in the boat for sure, but the fish on Harris seem to turn on later in the day, so I am waiting for that to happen. We have 3 hours left, and I mean, I feel as good as I've ever felt about catching a big one or two. I really do. And like I said, the water temp starts out at about 78, 79, and then by now it's getting up into that 80s, and normally when those fish start to fire a little better.
You may say it is afternoon, Bobby. You're saying they're going to start turning on in the afternoon, but there is a difference in 1:30,
But
which
it's
is what it
all
is right
good in
now,
the
from
Durabrate
4:25 when he checks in.
Yeah, he's talking about still having 3 hours of fishing time left. I mean, that's a lot of time.
First flight checks
And-
in at 3:15. He's got an extra hour and 10 minutes after that.
Yeah, and that's a lot of flips between now and then that he's going to make with, which what looks like a jig that he switched to now.
Yeah, I heard on braid as well.
Yeah, flipping a jig in Florida, there's not many other ways to get a bite from one of those Florida giants that I would choose.
But it really shouldn't be this tough. Cold fronts coming through.
Oh, Bobby's hooked up.
Got
Number
something.
5.
It's a good one.
Oh, it is.
I can get it around that pole.
Oh, no.
Oof.
Come here.
Golly. Okay. Yeah, just moments.
How about that for who's rooting us on in Lakeland? That is a start for sure. There is hope, guys. There is hope. Ah, golly. Oh, how about it? Whew. We are getting there. We are getting there. Now, I believe that's number 5. But I turned 49 in March and I lost sight of, I can't see anymore and I can't count. So we're definitely going to double check and make sure that's number 5.
Better be safe than sorry, right?
But that's the biggest one I've caught in 7 or 8 days being out here on the Harris chain. Honestly, we're one flip, we're one cast. Every one of them could be the next one. And that was a definite bonus fish for sure. I'm pretty sure it is.
Number 5 from Bobby. Over the last 2 hours of competition, the arrow on Ben Millikin is going up. The arrow on Bobby Lane going up. They were pitted as foes by the show earlier, but with Kyle Austin and Kyle Patrick both struggling today, if they lose 20 spots and Bobby gains 20 spots, they were only a few points ahead of Millikin. They are the ones now at risk as Bobby's arrow's on the way up.
On Bassmaster, he had fallen to 15th in the EQ points. He gained about 20 spots in the standings there. Let's see what that does.
Absolutely
It's
crucial
very
fish.
it's so fluid, like you're saying. Those guys who were inside our top 10 EQ, some of them have fallen out. Those 2 guys you mentioned.
Well, and you think about those guys who were 6th to 10th, Matt. Wesley Gore had 14.59. And it was 3 points till 7th place. Then there was a 20-point gap, and then it was only 5 points for Austin, Patrick, and Millikin. And then there were 39 to Bobby Lane. So if Bobby made up 20, and one of those 3 dropped 20, there's your 40 points he needs to make up. Same goes for Logan Parks, who is 4 points behind Bobby. If he makes a big jump and those guys slip, he'll also put his name right there beside Bobby as a chance to make it.
Yeah, the 2 Kyles, it's really coming down to what they're going to do this afternoon because
5 fish can box out the rest of the guys.
Yep, that's right.
The thing that amazes me is Logan Parks was like, and Sam George were way down there, and they've gained a lot of points today. I mean, they may not stay there when everybody weighs in fish. But were you right? Was that out of the grass or off the dock?
Okay, technically that one was off the dock, Mike. You got me there. But I promise you he will be fishing more grass in the next 3 hours. And you know,
technically, huh?
He should, yeah, technically. Next to the grass, does that
I think
count?
the fish was looking at the grass.
Here we go.
Here is
this one of the Kyles?
I think it is.
Yep,
Kyle Austin.
Austin.
This is even bigger for him with only 2 fish.
That's a big fish, too.
Wow.
Oh.
Yep.
Needs it. Got it.
What a fish.
No audio with Kyle right now, but man, the positive vibes coming from that boat now, as that doubles his total weight at least.
Minimum.
Right? I mean,
Minimum.
that's a close to a 4-pounder probably, if not a 4-pounder.
He had a 3/4 pounder and a 1/2 pounder.
Yeah.
On bass track.
Hey, we saw him set the hook up into the sky and take those fish for a ride earlier. So they weren't much bigger than that, but best fish of the day, we said someone's got to answer. Kyle Patrick already had 3 fish. Kyle Austin only had 2. That one will help Austin out a ton.
Bite's definitely improving as the afternoon progresses too. The sun's out. You know, Bobby talked about that water temp getting up above 80 degrees. That being critical for making these fish a little bit more aggressive and more apt to bite. I think it's going to be obviously it's going to be a very exciting last couple hours. I think we're going to see a lot of fish catches.
You don't want to be that guy though that as the bite starts to pick up that you have to run.
You have to while you're moving.
Driving,
Yep.
You know, you have to be running as the afternoon bite happens.
That's part of the decision-making process we face as anglers, and you know, we have to take that in consideration. You know, is my bite that I'm on, is it better in the afternoon? Is it better late? Is it better early? Is it midday? And it's kind of a you know, it's a calculated process for sure.
I feel like the optimum time on the elites when we see the bite windows happen is if you're going to run to a spot and use, let's just say 45 minutes of your day not fishing, it's like that 10, 15 to 11 o'clock window, because there's always a 8 to 9, 8 to 10 o'clock bite, and then at 12:30 to 2 o'clock, something always happens.
Does not seem to matter what time of the year or where we are. There's always kind of a mid-morning lull, so to speak, and y'all see it as good as anything with live. You know, that's probably when you see less fish catches, less culling, and more moving potentially throughout the day.
Speaking of moving, Blake Sylvester had 15-11 yesterday. He's got 15 pounds. All his fish came in. He's in 5th place. Just
solid back.
Everybody
anchored with a big
spots.
one. Got a photo on my phone of Blake Sylvester with that big one that helps him get to 15 pounds. So we'll keep an eye on him as well as someone who's just trying to win this event to make the Classic. Meanwhile, Bobby Lane, he needs a Hail Mary. Maybe not a 70-yarder, but maybe he needs a 40-yard touchdown at the end of the day. It's not necessarily out of the realm of possibility, and this one right here helps Bobby Lane draw even closer. We talked about it. There's about 6 or 7 anglers fighting for 5 spots. Wesley Gore, Tyler Williams, Kyle Austin, Kyle Patrick, and Ben Millikin, they hold those 5 spots. Meanwhile, Bobby Lane, Logan Parks, maybe Logan Johnson,
Sam George,
all of them just below the top 10, looking to have an incredible final 2 hours of the day to maybe make magic happen. We'll be right back from the Harris Chain, a couple hours left.
Yes! No way! Live coverage of the St. Croix Rod Bassmaster Open at Harris Chain of Lakes is presented by Phoenix Boats.
Final day here, and it's starting to heat up. We see John Sokup before he makes his move from Griffin to Harris. He has caught a flurry and improved his odds of finishing in the top 10. Meanwhile, Bobby Lane and Kyle Austin with major upgrades. They're almost the two pitted against each other now. Kyle Austin has had the worst day of our EQ anglers in position for qualification. And Bobby Lane was kind of stalking the prey. He's had an okay day, not any big ones. And then last segment catches his biggest of the day so far. And he seems eerily confident that something good's going to happen for him.
Yeah, he really does. He talked about the water conditions earlier, the water temperature, everything's starting to heat up and the bite's starting to improve a little bit. So, you know, again, I hate to sound like a broken record, but Bobby with a flipping stick in his hand in Florida, he's as confident as anybody right now in getting a big bite. Austin obviously made a really critical decision to make that move back into, I believe, is he all the way back into Harris now?
I'm not quite sure. Since he went to the canal to lock, I haven't gotten a good gauge on his location.
But offshore nonetheless, and,
Yes.
and abandoned Apopka, hopefully with enough time left to make something happen. He's caught one really, really nice fish, and if he can get 2 more quality bites, you know, he'll hopefully save his Elite Series qualification opportunity. Nothing better than the sound of that braid screaming through that grass.
Yeah. Or a dock.
Or a dock.
That is the one deal for the fans at home, saying, hey, he's got the big braid. Why didn't he horse that fish on the dock? With braid and wood, braid is great for grass, but braid and wood, it was cutting into that dock pole most likely, and you can't really seesaw it then.
Yeah, and I'm not sure, was that braid?
I believe that was
He was
his
throwing a bladed jig, it looked like.
Oh, he just must have switched then.
Yeah, and he fired it up. No, he wasn't flipping there, so he was throwing a moving bait, and the fish got him around that pole and that wooden pole, and he showed a lot of patience, a lot of experience in holding the fish there as opposed to trying to horse it around that pole.
Absolutely.
It looked like
There's
his
too
line may
many
have been
big
hung on a
ones in this
splinter or
place.
something on that dock pole, and had he tried to horse it around the piling, it probably would have broken off, so he did the right thing.
Looks like Kyle Austin is at the north end of Eustis currently.
Okay.
Since he made his move, so he's not fully back towards takeoff, but not too bad of a run. Meanwhile, Kyle Patrick, Ben Millikin, they've been in Apopka. I think Millikin's still there. I think Patrick has made a move.
Yep. You cooked up?
Yes, sir.
Oh, wow.
There we go, brother.
It's important fish.
That's two. Maybe one more. God, I watched him eat it. I was sick. So sick.
And the spinning rod.
God, that was cool. You see that? Yeah. Oh, that was cool.
Well, he's wired up, isn't he?
Looks like, based on my map, that Ben Millikin is making his way back to the canal. He is now in the canal, not quite to the lock yet, but he is north of Apopka, not Palatka. He's up north of Apopka.
See how I had to tap it, or he wouldn't touch it? Oh, I didn't pay that.
You can tell on the map, the private map that we have, where the lock is, because there are about 7 boats on the map just piled up on each other in the same spot, waiting at
Look
the
like
lock.
they're sitting on top of each other.
Yes. Blake Sylvester's big bag today, that 15 pounds and change with that big kicker we were talking about last segment, came from Apopka as well. So he lost a portion of his day to locking and waiting as well.
All right, man, you're live.
Gotcha.
Who's at home cheering you on, man?
Buddy, a bunch of people. We've got a really big fishing community around the house. I mean, all my family and friends, parents, and there's a lot of people that fish around the house. Our lakes ain't very good, but a lot of people that love it. I'm sure that there's a ton of them sitting there watching me right now. It's a tough day though. I knew it was going to be like this. This area is. I come here yesterday I fished all the way down it and got 2 bites, but they were both 7-pounders. And just looking for one of them right now. I mean, if I can get one right bite, I believe I'll have a good shot. But it is tough.
Warfield, Kentucky, Matt Messer, Lake Messer. That's on the east border with West Virginia. I thought it may be closer to Kentucky Lake. But
over towards
He's
Cumberland
more
in
of
that
a-
area.
More of a highland reservoir angler. Kentucky Christian, one of the other schools that he went to, that is starting it has started, I believe, a scholarship program. It's building up their school.
Oh my gosh, dude.
I just missed
It's like 3 in a row. I seen that one before I even flipped to it.
Another
I don't
6-pounder
understand.
was caught.
What's going on?
By Daddy Ramsey. At 4 for 11. He's from Texas.
Thought the wind was supposed to maybe have an uptick this afternoon, but it looks like it's kind of settled in some areas. So we take a look at our Phoenix weather watch. Mid-80s for the high, upper 60s for the low. Yes, that is considered a cold front for Florida. Partly sunny with a west wind. Most of today it's been west-northwest. Supposed to be up in the teens this afternoon. Definitely looked like it was coming in stronger this morning. Matt Airy, he may have not had the best day so far, but Matt Messer stuck to his game plan yesterday with 24.5 pounds. Every time he made a decision, it was a big one. Like he said, he caught 2 7s on this stretch yesterday. He started off with a 5 to 6 pounder this morning, and then has just slowly caught decent keepers on this lily pad stretch. Are you impressed with him just sticking to his guns and staying solid?
I am. He realizes the day's really, really tough. They've been dealing with some post-front conditions the whole week. And what he's done today has been impressive to me because he's shown a lot of patience for his age. And Florida, when the bite gets tough, patience is going to be everything. And he's slowed it down. He's pitching that worm around, pitching the soft plastic around lily pads on Griffin, and milking it for all it's worth. Little does he know, he's unofficially still leading the tournament, but at the same time, he also knows a really big bite will put him in a really, really good position mentally.
Such, have you been impressed as someone who's covered the sport for a long time, seeing this young explosion of college anglers really gaining ground and stepping into the opens just ready to go, and then guys like Trey McKinney? I believe Trey, who will make the Elite Series for 2024, will start the Elite Series season at 18 years old, which would break the I believe the record of youngest by Bradley Roy, who was 19.
Yeah.
So it's a young invasion, but for various reasons.
Just had that article and I think, like you mentioned, Matt Airy, the guys are going through their paces in the high school competitions, the college competitions, are seeing other new venues and learning things from other teams. Anglers are teaching them, different techniques and whatnot, and they're coming in a little more well-rounded. And of course, they got the forward-facing sonar too, and they're
of course that helps. That helps.
Kids with technology.
Yeah. Yeah, the learning curve now has been shortened drastically, and we're taking a look at JT here, who we talked about earlier, and who's had an unbelievable season. He's a phenomenal angler, spends a lot of time doing his research, putting his work in, doing his studying, and it's shown out for him. And like you said, the just the level that these kids are now at such a young age, it's impressive, man. It truly is.
Matt, I called JT a couple weeks ago. He was out practicing for the Elite Series on Smith Lake next year before he even officially qualified. And they said he's going to maybe go home Christmas 2 or 3 days and spend the rest of it learning these lakes and catching up in the next 2 or 3 months what he thinks all your other competitors have had the experience of 3 or 4 years, or how many ever on each of these bodies of water.
Yeah, and we talked about it earlier. He's spending 300 plus days on the water a year, and And of course, you know, at his age, with the opportunity that he's got and being single, you know, without a family, 21 years old, he's able to travel the country and be able to do that and take advantage of that situation. And you know, that's the right thing to do. If you want to compete at the highest level in our sport, you better be prepared, and he is getting prepared.
Get immersed, become relevant.
Yep.
Keep it going. Then you can have a family and I was going
He
to ask
has
you about
a
that, the
family.
balance.
He doesn't have a wife. He has a family, a different kind of
kids?
thing. Yeah,
No.
he's got.
I didn't say no family.
Yeah,
I just said, no, you know,
I
he
get
doesn't
it,
have
how
a wife and kids.
that you really gotta go home to, and you can't
Yeah.
spend. It's hard when you don't take them on the road and be gone for 2 months straight.
Yes.
Yeah, it's the hardest, you know, and I'm fortunate to have a wonderful wife and kids at home. My wife Emily, and she is my support group, and she's the reason we're able to do this. You know, as anglers, you know, if you don't have that, man, it makes this next to impossible. It really does.
Your daughter's a little disappointed in you today that you're not rising up the Bass Track leaderboard. I know for a while there they thought you were.
No, she's probably, my oldest is probably disappointed that I didn't use the Just for Men that she put in my stocking last Christmas yet, and I'm still showing the white hair and the gray hair, and I look at them and they say, "What? They make fun of my white and gray."
You can't be a wily veteran without a little salt and pepper on.
That's
your,
right.
on your
That's
chin.
right. You know what? Every one of those is, Ronnie. It's experience.
Oh, is it?
Every one of those little
Every
white
one
or
of those
gray
is a
hairs
fish
is
loss.
experience.
That's a
Yep.
fish loss.
Or a fish loss. You can that's an experience, right? Bad or good.
I think I saw a story Such wrote where you had like 5 extra white hairs in your beard from the Classic in 2021, right, Such?
Yeah.
5.
Yeah, that's right.
Well, they have tripled. They have quadrupled, whatever you want to say.
I remember the story you coming back from Texas and you had a little accident, some crazy police chase you got caught up in.
Yeah, well, that was that was interesting. I actually came back from an event in Texas, made it all the way to Shelby, North Carolina, where I live, and I was trying to get back for my daughter's performance at Jefferson Elementary School there in Shelby, and I got hit by, of all things, a police car in the side of my boat. And
not really.
You know, I can laugh about it now. Everybody was fine, but it was
been pretty focused on the next
while.
Ozarks and then this tournament. It's been I can't wait to go home and celebrate after this, though. It'll be exciting.
Talking about a celebration afterwards.
Yeah.
Maybe for
Gotta
2
get ready
reasons.
for the elites.
Yeah, where are we going?
2 reasons.
Maine.
Maine. Well, I guess they party in Maine.
I'd like to think that pretty sure. I'd like to get one more big one to qualify, but I'd like to think that it's pretty close anyways. The guys are so good. I wish I had like a big lead, but oh, there's a timer.
Gotta go to the lock.
I set a timer, so if I would, sometimes you lose track of time in these tournaments, and I didn't want to miss the lock.
That's smart.
Or have something mess up, so I set a 2 o'clock timer to get out of there. But I don't know, if I catch one more, I'll feel really, really good about it.
You know, it doesn't matter as an angler how much you have in the box, whether you're in contention for the win or to make the classic or to make the cut.
It would
It's
mean a
never
lot
enough.
to qualify. It's been my
In your
dream
mind.
since I was little. Be one of the big guns anyways, and nobody from Maine has ever qualified for the elites, so I'd have something to myself. It'd be crazy. A couple hours away from knowing. A lot of questions will be answered at the end of this.
So we've never had an elite from Maine. Did you mention earlier, Mike, that we've had a classic competitor from Maine?
I think we've had
Ronnie
one.
did.
I think we
Okay.
had one. I don't know who. Don't ask me that. I think we've had one though.
Come on now, king of knowledge over here. I was bragging on you earlier.
It's only at the screen. Over here, I'm powerless.
Screen of knowledge.
Yes, exactly. Tyler Williams, good morning, really securing a little bit of safety for him. He's got a high floor now. He can't fall too far. And I think that the race isn't consuming him, but rather it's consuming the likes of Ben Millikin, Kyle Austin, Kyle Patrick, Bobby Lane, Logan Parks. Those are the 5 or 6 anglers that are going to be looking for those 2 or 3 spots at the bottom of qualification. We'll be able to see the weigh-in go down 3:15 Eastern time on Bassmaster.com. 2-hour special. We'll give you 2 hours to weigh in. We'll declare a winner of this event. We'll declare the final classic berth solidified. We'll also crown 9 anglers who go to the Bassmaster Elite Series.
Live coverage of the St. Croix Rod Bassmaster Open at Harris Chain of Lakes is presented by
Ranger Boats, Yamaha, Toyota, and by Dakota Lithium.
Harris Chain of Lakes is where the final Open of 2023 is happening. We announced, since our most recent Open, we announced the schedule for next year's Opens, and what a schedule it is. Excited to see all the places that we will go, and Hank Weldon has done a fantastic job in assembling a diverse body of water, diverse times of the year. And next year we've got some big time places like Okeechobee, Santee Cooper, Lake Hartwell for a specific Division One. And then you've got the Leech Lake, La Crosse, St. Clair for Division 3. And then I believe you start out Ouachita.
You're here in Arkansas.
And then you
Logan
follow
Martin,
Oklahoma, and you
Oklahoma's
Logan Martin for the 9th.
Eufaula.
Yeah, those are the 9 events for next season.
Leech should be a lot of fun. I don't know much about that lake except what I've seen online, and a lot of the locals are really, really excited about seeing the Open come there. I always get excited about a new venue, regardless.
We're going to
of where it
finish
is.
up at Hartwell. We'll probably be crowning a bunch of guys there. What'd you think of the elite schedule coming out, Mr. Airy?
Oh, give us the good version. I'm just kidding.
No,
there are some tough ones. There are some tough moments in it for sure.
You know what is most intriguing to me is the back-to-backs in Florida in April.
Yeah, different time.
And the reason I like that is just because we're not focused around the spawn, and we're also not focused around potential 30-degree nights or something crazy, which we all know has a negative effect on the Florida fish. So April, the weather should be pretty consistent. It should be post-spawn. Fish should be eating. I have never fished Florida after basically mid-March in my entire career.
This is April,
so
both of them.
Very excited about
Middle
those events.
April.
Yep, very excited about those events, and one of them actually takes place here at the Harris Chain.
That's right, April 11th to 14th, 2024. And then St. John's.
Yep.
We start in Toledo Bend, go to Lake Fork, and then we got the Classic.
Man, Toledo, Fork puts out big ones, and we know it. Kyle Patrick hung up or hooked up?
Looks like he's hung up.
Lee Livesey has shown big weights. We've seen Patrick Walters catch big weights at
Brandon Cobb.
Lake Fork.
Big fish, Brandon Cobb.
So many people are talking about how Toledo Bend could be the highest weight event next year because of
the time of year.
I mean, this January, January 2023, there were more 10-pounders caught in the month of January at Toledo than like anywhere else I've seen. And in tournaments locally, it was a very impressive onslaught. So excited to get back. No, I think he's hung up. He's hung up. So that would be an interesting one to see Toledo back on the map.
Toledo, as many big events that have been at Toledo Bend over the years, I have never set my boat on the water there. No, and which makes me even more excited to get there. Toledo is a.
Make sure you stay inside the cones.
So they say, yeah. So they say, keep it between the navigational beakers. Isn't that what the late Jimmy Buffett said?
We went there for the 2016 Elite Series event, and it was May or late April or early May, and the water was high, so it was higher than normal. I remember following Chris Lane around with the Whopper Plopper tournament, and KVD wins that.
I remember
event.
watching that. Yeah.
We ran across the lake. It didn't matter about boat lanes at the bottom part of the lake.
Yeah,
we ran across because it was high enough. I came back a year or two later in the college series when it was low.
Oh no!
And I was like, I can't believe that we ran through that. It was like I get sprayed by
like
the
a
prop
minefield.
wash to make sure you don't. If he hits something, we'll hit something. But if he doesn't, we're good.
Well, we're there February 22nd to the 25th, and then go straight to Fork.
It could be snowing at both of those events.
It'll be very
Don't
cold.
say that. Don't say that. Please don't say that. And I think you nailed it there, Ronnie. It's all weather dependent on how good those events play out. I mean, there's going to be some giants caught regardless of how cold or warm it is. But if we get a little warming trend that time of year, February, late February, early March, on either one of those lakes, it could absolutely explode.
We're back at Murray in May, the only event in May.
Yeah, and that's going to be a lot different. This year there were still a lot of fish spawning when we were there. The herring bite obviously was a big player, but It's going to be more on the tail end of that herring bite this year, which is going to make it a little bit trickier. I think you're going to see some different things come into play while we're there.
How about June? Wheeler, the middle of June, and then Smith Lake right after.
Yeah, I hadn't been to Wheeler in years. Excited to get back there. And Smith Lake, you know, of course, everybody's saying, yeah, nothing like being on Smith Lake close to July 4th that time of year. So ought to make for, but that, again, that's one of the things we deal with as elite anglers and boat traffic. You know, all those things are going to come into play. Anytime you have a midsummer tournament in the South, there's going to be recreational traffic.
Hey,
and
these Opens qualifiers will be used to it fishing Ozarks just a few weeks ago.
Yeah, so I heard, yeah.
One thing that's interesting is, yes, it's summer and it's hot, but Smith Lake's one of those places where you could catch equal amount of weight in 6 inches of water that time of the year in the backs of creeks, and match it with fish suspending over 100 feet of water.
Yep.
You know, with a big spotted bass, or you could catch a big largemouth.
And I think those open water fish are going to be the ones that are going to be so tricky.
House cleaning business, and we've just been like pressure washing, soft washing, doing a bunch of houses, trying to afford to keep the fishing dream alive. Really need to catch them here. Really need to make something happen today. That way it would really help paying our entry fees and everything.
You guys got any kind of bet going?
Oh, no. No, I thought you said side gig.
Pressure washing business, huh? To get them over to the house.
Despite 24-6 yesterday, he's probably not real comfortable just 11.5 today.
Probably not. Like I said, as an angler, it didn't matter if he's got 20 pounds or 10 pounds in the box right now. When you're out there, your mind always playing tricks on you. You never think you have enough, regardless of what you have.
Never hear anybody say, I'm comfortable.
No, I got
not
take off work a little bit.
Rare.
Make him do something.
Now, are you just solely hunting now? Is the boat put away or do you go out fishing?
No, I try not to fish much during the off season.
I know you're a big hunter.
Yeah, I love to deer hunt. I love to chase a deer with the bow and arrow, and picked up a new hobby over the last year or two called pickleball.
Is that right?
Maybe you've heard of it.
Man, you are getting old.
It's not just an old person sport, okay? My dad and mom got me into it, but most of the guys I play with, you know, they're anywhere from their mid-20s to mid-40s, you know, so I'm actually on the upper end of that, but we don't have to go there.
Millikin's waiting at the lock to get back towards other civilization on the Harris chain.
Get in line. So you don't compete in any other fall-type tournaments, huh?
I may or may not have competed in a couple pickleball tournaments here and there.
Oh, I'm not fishing.
Are you going to be a part of the winter trail, the Norman winter trail?
No, but I did fish. I've fished twice since the Elite Series ended, not competitively, for fun, but I am fishing a tournament coming up with a close friend of mine. You may have heard of a little guy named Brian Thrift.
Little guy?
Yeah, we're fishing a little team tournament there at the house in a couple weeks, and that might be the end of my competitive fishing for the year.
I was going to say, the winter trail tournaments at Norman, that's mini Elite Series with LeHue and Cherry and Lineberger and Harry. If you jumped in there, like it's Williams, you know, like there's.
It is. That's yeah. There's a lot.
That's a group of Craig Chambers from the Opens.
Yeah.
Oh man.
Yep. It's a lot of competitive anglers from that area, and it's a lot of fun. I fished a couple of those in years past, but I have not fished one. It's probably been 4 or 5 years since I've jumped in one, to be honest with you.
Back in your 30s.
Yeah.
Yeah,
well, I hear
Ronnie's got jokes.
Your elite roommates are doing some heavy-duty international fishing.
They are, yeah.
Black
so yeah,
Bass World Championship over in
shout
Portugal.
Out to
Canterbury and
Scott Martin and Scott Canterbury. My roommates are over in Portugal right now, competing for Team USA.
We went down,
the USA,
fished our brush pile and everything.
The world
had the school of fish in it. You know, 20 to 40 keepers and a lot of giants in it. And unfortunately, we weren't able to capitalize. We broke 4 or 5 of them off, and that's how it goes sometimes, fishing brush piles, you know. Can't get them out of there. A lot of them only would eat the drop shot, so that made it really tough. But luckily, we were able to kind of fish around a couple other areas, and we got up to 11-ish pounds. So we gave ourselves a chance and got back a little bit early to make sure we get through this lock, which we're going to get back on time. I think we're gonna have time to fish maybe one one or two more areas before we head in too, to hopefully get one more big, give us a chance to stay in the top 10.
So he's going to make it back through.
1:15 Central Time, 2:15 Eastern Time right now.
His check-in is 4:15, I believe. So it's like 71.
So he maybe has an hour of driving and locking and maybe an hour of fishing.
A little fishing time left.
What if he hits that shell bar in Harris and upgrades like he thought he would this morning? He could end up at the same weight he expected to today. It'd just be a flipped order.
Yeah, and realistically, he's sitting at 31, 32 pounds. He's still got a legit shot to win this thing. One big bite, and he's right there.
Hey, Blake Sylvester just called to 17 pounds. He's 3 pounds back of Matt Messer with 32.14 on Bass Track.
Wow.
The second biggest bag of the day behind Leif Messer's got 18 even. Mike Mayo's got 16. Those are our...
Bobby's hooked up.
On another dock near some grass.
Grass.
I'll give you grass on that one.
You give me grass.
Cypress knees, maybe. He's had some small fish.
Will Cole.
Yeah, it should help him a little bit.
For sure. Not the biggest one, but get rid of blue for sure.
Yeah, I'd say that's a pretty good call.
I think he's going to need to do some more right now. He's 26, gaining 31 points. Millikin hasn't lost but 2 spots. 3 spots, yeah, 2. Yeah, so Scott Martin and Canterbury down here at Lake Hamilton in Arkansas for the Pan Am Games, to kind of get this international going. They're trying to get bass fishing in the Olympics.
Yeah, and Team USA, of course, they dominated that event. I think they won the overall, and they won the individual gold and silver, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah, Joyce Fuentes and Larry Nixon.
Yep, both elite guys took
Got
the
some
took
ringers
the gold
for
medal.
the local Arkansans. They looped them in.
You don't think they recruited them, do you?
Yeah. Hey, don't worry. I expect Team Portugal to have done the same thing now that they're on their home turf.
Yep. Do you?
Looping
That's
some
right.
ringers,
I've seen some pictures. My roommate shot me over of some practice bass that they caught, and there's obviously some big fish where they're fishing. So don't know the name of the
Portugal.
lake, but it's going to be fun to follow along online.
As we fly through the streets of Leesburg, it looks like Matt Messer has a new visitor at the top of the leaderboard, Blake Sylvester. Cajun boy trying to win. I don't know if LSU Tigers will win, but Blake's trying to represent for that region today.
Yes! No way! Live coverage of the St. Croix Rod Bassmaster Open at Harris Chain of Lakes is presented by Phoenix Boats.
Bassmaster Live rolling on as we see some anglers making their way out. I feel like Kyle Patrick's got to be out of Apopka as well, even if he's mapped right there. Ben Millikin's in the lock, going to make his way out as well.
Well, he's back at this spillway he was at earlier. And he sees one. Is he still sitting on 4?
I believe so.
Oh, injured. What? Attaboy. It weighs a friggin' ounce. 5. That is 5. It's like 10 ounces.
That could potentially be the biggest little fish of his career.
Biggest little fish.
Yeah, you never heard that?
Yeah. Yeah, he fell down 3 spots from 6th to 9th in the EQ points, but that's with starting 71st. So if he moves up any, he should be good to go.
So that's what I meant by the biggest little fish.
Gives him a limit, but it's only around 7 pounds.
But at minimum, say you did your job. If you bring in 5 fish, you did your job, whether it went well or went poor. Boss, I did what I was supposed to do. I just might not have done it as good as I should have done it.
Blake Sylvester culled again.
The lock.
Looks
He
like
is
that
up
is
to
the lock.
19.6.
Wow.
He is 10 ounces back of Matt Messer.
Wow.
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 He's culled twice. He had 18.8 a second ago, then he caught another one to get to 19.6. Don't have his individual fish.
Can never forget where we are. We're in Florida. You know, a 30-pound bag is out there.
Man.
I think Millikin's got a pickup game he needs to make after this at the local
I'm saying
course.
he was rushing to the pickup game.
He's about to cross somebody up for sure. Making it out of the lock and heading back.
Instead of shooting a 3, he needs to catch a 3.
That's
2.
right.
Based on the private map that we have, Such, I believe Blake Sylvester's out there a little bit offshore in Harris. Not super far, but I don't know. It could be a generic ping. I don't want to be incorrect, but that's just a little bit of clues that we have with a 180 boat field fishing on championship day. I remember the last time we fished 50 elites on the final day of an event. Aaron Arns came from 19th.
All of that for that. Golly. I thought I had an 8-pounder. Unbelievable. I don't think he culls. We're gonna check. They're all the same size. Oh, I thought I had a big one. He might. That red one is skinny.
Put him on the beam.
And he's a little bigger.
Is the skinny.
The balance doesn't lie.
We gotta get rid of these 2. Come on.
Which
4
one's the
pounders.
next one to go? Looks like Black. His latest fish will be the next one
All
to go.
right. Black, you will be next. Get in there.
Bobby would love for both to be gone.
Mm-hmm.
You think unless it's an 8-pounder, Bobby needs to get rid of both of those to make the Elite Series?
I would agree. Yeah, I think a couple good 3 to 4 pound bites or one giant bite.
I mean,
what he's
I
gonna need.
tore up every piece of grass in that thing, just knowing that was big.
Fish was hung up in the grass, and when he bowed up on it,
Bite.
I thought it was a giant. I was right there with him.
Gained an ounce or 2, so we'll take it.
John Garrett's fish came in. He's got a limit, 10.5
All
pounds
day.
at the 25th.
Okay.
Right ahead of Bobby Lane.
I will say it probably won't happen. It won't happen. But John Garrett texted me at the first Elite of the year. I'm at the Screen of Knowledge. I do a preview of the season and tell him about the schedule and some of the big names fishing the Opens this year and how there's 9 spots available for the Elite qualification, all that stuff. And John Garrett texts me watching Bass Live at Okeechobee this year and says, there's actually only 8 spots available for Elite qualification because I'm going to win AOY. And that he said that before the season ever started. And
Wow.
he's going to come down to the final day of the season and lose it by just the difference in his worst finish and the difference in JT's worst finish, most likely. That's what it's going to come down to.
And John's had a lot of up and downs.
Still
I
getting
remember,
bit.
Just can't.
the Arkansas River.
2020.
Yep, and
Coaling infraction loses the event for him to go to the Classic.
Yep, I remember that. And I didn't know John from Adam, but I sent him a message on Instagram that I just told him I was proud of the way he handled that, and got a lot of respect for him, and to keep digging. That he's a good fisherman, and he'll be there one day.
He's been within 5 spots of qualifying the last 3 years, roughly.
Yeah.
And now this year, he not only did it, but almost called his shot 10 months ago.
Hey,
he was going to be
I
number
think
one.
qualifying is pretty good calling your shot.
It is. Hey, that's amazing.
Yeah, I'd second. Close enough, man. Close enough.
The season he's had, and Trey McKinney, who's off Bass Track today,
No
but
way, there's not a big one left in
JT,
here.
John Garrett,
That's all I need to do.
Trey McKinney, unbelievable
one of
season.
John's worked really hard for quite a few years now, and I'm glad to see him get rewarded for that.
He may be a young guy, but he is an old soul. We talked about this with Mark Menendez, who's
John,
one of his mentors. Yeah. The way he fishes and approaches fishing, he is an old soul in a young man's body.
I don't know. I hate to even try to adjust because I know that it's just one daggone flip in here, making the right flip, and I can have a shot to win this thing.
Such, we swapped out Jamie
very
Bruce.
possibly not get that bite.
Who was 34 years old, the only angler in the top 10 to qualify that was over 30, and Ben Millikin replaced him, who was also just over 30 years old.
He's 34.
Yes, 34, just like Jamie Bruce. Everybody else is in their 20s. Kenta Camiro, he's obviously on the elites already, so I'm not counting him.
All right, writing a story about Jamie Bruce, and this is one and done shot. He had some seed money from a big finish last year.
Jamie's Canadian up near where Gussie lives,
Kenora.
if you don't know, yes.
Gussie's buddy. They drove down here years ago in Florida. But he said he's getting interest from a lot of other anglers in the Kenora region saying, so, maybe how should I get involved in bass and fishing in there?
Yeah.
What's it like? I guess he said that he predicts there'll be some more people from around Kenora trying, especially with the Opens next year being up there.
He says one and done, but you can't get a top 15 in points and have 5 events within 15 hours of your home, probably.
Oh, man.
That's never going to happen again in the Opens history, to have 5 events within probably 15 hours of your home.
Most of them 30 hours to down here, I'm sure. It's probably.
That's what I'm saying. He's got bass fishing I've ever been a part of.
Minnesota, Wisconsin, Michigan, and he's got Arkansas and Oklahoma.
Started quick, but
it's a straight south drive.
Ain't gonna catch no big ones since.
We got enough Canadians on the elites. They keep taking enough of my money. They can just keep them up there. No, seems like every time we get another Canadian out there.
Cooper Gallant this year.
Yeah,
the
strong kid. Johnston's obviously, and Gussie, our current Classic champ.
I story a while back, and Fighter kind of started a flurry of people from the upper Midwest, and you look at the Austin Felix, Shakira Downey, Kufal, Schlopper, Norsetter.
A lot of talent from that area, and Canada.
But there wasn't that many with Classic qualifications. I kind of looked at the states, and those Minnesota and Wisconsin didn't have a lot of guys.
Yeah.
But now, heck, even Polnick.
Oh,
Idaho didn't have. He's got 14 of their 16 entries in the Classic, or something like that.
14 of the 16,
maybe not 14. A bunch.
The majority of, if not all, of the Classic bids from Idaho.
Getting at a story that Bass's elites are getting people from a wider range. We've always had Japanese anglers come over, the California West Coast guys, and it's not just the southeastern
That's
U.S.
Right. Yep. Which is good to see, right? I mean, the Canadians and the international anglers that we've had. Carl from Australia.
Yeah, Australia.
Really neat to see the variety of anglers that we have now. And I kind of took it for granted being from the Carolinas because I grew up around bass fishing.
Got a lot of calls and texts last night.
You didn't, you don't realize how rare that is to have somebody come out of a state where bass fishing, number one, is not that popular,
but you don't get to really see the variety of the diversity of the lakes, and then they come out and they immediately start being competitive at the highest level in our sport. And that takes a lot of courage, number one, but a lot of dedication, a lot of hard work.
Tyler Williams from Maine.
Yeah.
Going to add a state to the elite list. And Paul Mueller, Connecticut. We've seen a few from up that way.
Ike was probably the first one out of Jersey.
Mm-hmm.
What's it like getting here, man? Like, hanging your own way. The whole seat. This is the last day, last hour, the last couple hours of the last tournament. Here you are. You were sitting at the top, starting the day. What's it like getting here?
Man, it's a lot. I've been living my life completely for moments like this for the last, shoot, I don't even know, 15 years probably. Just trying to get to where I was good enough that I could come win one of these jokers. Got a good shot at it right now if I can just get a couple bites. It's been a long journey trying to get to this point. Fishing through high school and college and fishing from the bank when I was 4 years old. Had a long time of being addicted to bass.
You have memories of your childhood and you wrap all this up in one thought, man. It's all goes back to childhood.
Absolutely. I mean, it's, I can remember, gosh, I don't even know. I probably caught my first fish whenever I was 2 or 3 years old. I mean, it's, my whole life I've loved to fish. And then tournament fishing got involved in it, and it just went that much farther. It was, not only was I getting to do the thing I loved, but I was getting to compete doing it. And then we started doing kind of decent in a few, and it's took over my life. Been wanting to fish that classic since I was about, I probably started watching when I was 8 years old. As close as I've ever been if I could just do it.
Matt Messer just a little bit away from possibly making a dream a reality. He would be a great representative in the Bassmaster Classic. And Blake Sylvester, man, he would love to do it as well. He's been strong in the nation and a representative as well. See if Blake can make a Classic once again. The nation represents well in the Opens. We'll see more when we come back.
Live coverage of the St. Croix Rod Bassmaster Open at Harris Chain of Lakes is presented by Minn Kota. Power Pole. Skeeter Boats. Progressive Insurance. And by Rapala.
Welcome to Bassmaster Live. 15 minutes left in our show. 15 minutes left in the season for some anglers. And if you're a later flight, we'll give you a little bit extra time to get your job done. The key fish that could get you in the Elite Series, like Such said during the commercial break, maybe it hasn't gotten caught yet. There's still some time left in the day for an angler or two. And these two guys are the ones with the pressure on them. Bobby Lane had to make up a 40-point gap from him in the Millikin, the lowest qualifiers currently, and Austin is the one who has fallen the most, but a big one just a little bit ago has helped Austin.
On Bassrec, he's back in 10th in the EQ points. That would qualify him for...
It's going to be a close one.
The Elites next year.
It's tight.
You know, we have a lot of guys not on Bass Track, and they may push down when their weights come in.
I mean,
the
every
other
single
guys
year,
in a good.
every single year, the final full field day, which is normally the next to last day of the season, I have anglers texting me, let me know when, let me know when, because it's the wrong 10 people pass you and don't pass someone else and don't bump them down, and all of a sudden that gap between people, I don't know how many have qualified within just a point or two the last few years.
I got to wait for the standings to come out to figure it out, Ronnie.
Yeah. I may or may not have reached out to Ronnie to know if I was definitely in or out of a Bassmaster Classic before, too. So,
really?
Yeah.
Like a month and a half ago.
It was quite recently, as a matter of fact.
I think I told you, didn't I tell you there was no way you could be out?
You might have given me one scenario, but it was like really far-fetched.
Hey,
I think you just did that to be mean, though.
No, I said
you're talking St. Lawrence. You gained 10 points on the second. Is that what you
yes,
yeah, it was after.
He was.
It was
after
weird.
Day 2,
it
was
weird.
the last man in or something, and then after day 3, the right people dropped down and he got 38th. Like,
yeah,
he was
it was crazy
yeah.
who fell out and then got back.
Yeah, that day 3 at St. Lawrence, which I didn't make, so I was on the sidelines watching, was really wild, really wild.
I'm out of spots, so I'm trying to find new ones. I've never scanned this part of the lake, so I figured why not. Right now it's a great time. My back hurts from the waves. It's going well, but hopefully I find something, and maybe something that nobody else has found, because there's no boats even close to here. See though. See what some of this is.
This will be the last day of the season that we will have Bassmaster Live and related to bass fishing. We have 3 more days left in our live coverage for the year, and that was with the Redfish Cup at Winyah Bay in a couple weeks. We'll also, I think, have the Nation Championship and Team Championship are left to decide 4 possible classic spots.
The redfish in the Winyah has been really good this year. I've got a local friend that lives down there who's been catching them really, really good. And of course, my roommate, Canterbury, I believe, will be competing in that.
Yeah.
A couple
But
other
not
elites.
you, because you don't do tournaments in the fall.
Correct, Ronnie. That is correct. Except for the one that I have coming
Yes,
up in a couple
that
weeks.
one,
But
yeah.
it is at Moss
Team
Lake,
Derby,
and by
yeah.
the way, which is 5 minutes from the house, so that helps.
Hey, if you could talk to the Chamber of Commerce, we could have like a Elite Series event there. Maybe.
It's like 2,000 acres.
I know.
Okay, well, I mean, I'd be all about it. I don't know. I wouldn't want to put 100 boats on that lake. I fished derbies on that lake with 40 boats and
tight.
Not a little merry-go-round out there.
Matt Messer has the bonus time. He hasn't really had many people on his stretch, but he's got the luxury of a late boat flight. So he can hit that lock much later from Griffin over to Eustis and Harris, much later than most others would.
And I beg to differ, Ronnie. I fished several fall events back in 2020.
Oh, I'm just
you
saying,
recall those?
yes, and that was one of the most fun seasons I've ever had. I texted our tournament director, Lisa Talmadge, and said, let's fish in the fall. It is an equalizer on technology and also shallow fishing. We get to see a lot of things, and we see some good lakes fish at a different time of the year, and it was super fun. So
I enjoyed it. I really did. I thoroughly enjoyed it.
I think we don't have to fish into December. But instead of August ending for the smallmouth swing, you can have September with one elite, maybe October, and then you're done, you know?
Yep.
It got harder. We had those tournaments where not everybody got a limit.
That's
for
the
sure. We had
uncertainty.
half, 60% sometimes.
I think that makes the classic qualification, a little bit nerve-wracking. If we get to see it with the Opens, we see the desire of it too. I think it would be super fun. You could also still have a northern swing and then come back after a little bit of a pause and have 2 more southern events. It doesn't have to be like 10 Killer was, where it was super hot late in the year. But some of those events, it's just it allows different weather patterns too. It's good to have, we'll have some pre-spawn this year with Toledo and Fork possibly. We don't normally have pre-spawn. If we do, it's Florida-based, where they're on the same grass line they use for spawning and post-spawning.
And the fall fishing's a lot of fun too, because it shows such a diversity of techniques too. You'll see a guy out deep, and 10 Killer reminded me of that. You know, you had some guys running way up the river catching them shallow topwater fishing. Kyle Monty was leading the tournament, I think, catching them deep. Carl Jakobsen ended up winning it out deep, and you know, I was fishing shallow with a jig in the topwater the whole time. There's a lot of different ways to catch them in the fall, and that's neat when you're covering a tournament like that, because you get to see such a variety and such a good mix.
Matt Airy, I appreciate you coming into studio and joining us, taking a Saturday away from your Wolfpack viewing football nature that I know you are.
They don't play till 7 tonight.
Oh, good. You'll be able to get home and see them. But appreciate you joining us. It's a little different on this side of the camera, especially watching the next group of guys you'll be competing against next year.
It really is. You know, it's been a pleasure. You know, I've gotten the opportunity to know a couple of these guys, getting to know them a little bit better over the last couple of years, and I know what great anglers they are. I know what great elites they will make, and yeah, I mean, it's going to be a lot of fun competing against this group of hammers next year.
Are you glad that you're currently on the Elite Series and don't have to go through the Opens path to this gauntlet of 9 events?
I thank my lucky stars every day that I'm already here, and you know, it's been a lot of fun fishing the elites, you know, against some of the best in the world on some of the best lakes, and yeah, just to be able to have the opportunity to compete against the best in the world, and truly this is the future of our sport that we're looking at today, and very exciting to me to be able to have the opportunity to compete against them.
Such, any last ribs that you're going to give
I
Matt
think
Airy?
when the weigh-in starts, the fish that'll get 1 or 2 people into the Elite Series next year will be caught after that start time.
Okay, fair to say.
Bobby still has some room. Ben Millikin will be still eyeing some upgrades, as he's probably almost back, you know, into fishing territory. Meanwhile, you also have Kyle Austin, still room to grow his initial limit. He only has 3 fish. Kyle Patrick got his limit.
It's weird. Right now, Millikin on Bass Track says he's 11th in the EQ points. Logan Parks, I think, is still like in 6th, and he had a big jump today.
Wow.
So he's 8th now. Sorry, he just fell.
Yes, via the unofficial.
Kyle Patrick said, yeah, this is unofficial. Other guys are going to jump in there and move people down in the point.
When you get behind the 8 ball and you're mid-pack
merry-go-round
for a 200 boat tournament on day 1, you can't just do a little better than you did and hope you got almost 2/3 your weight. You got almost double your weight.
But if you have the good 13-pound bag and you come in with 6 the next day,
for sure,
same thing of falling.
Bobby has put himself, a lot of these guys have put themselves in an opportunity. If Tyler Williams was worried right now, he has given himself a solid limit where 1 hook set gets you in the elites. Bobby Lane, same thing. 1 hook set can get you in the elites. Whereas some of these other guys, if they haven't filled their limit, or they have 5 for 5, 5 for 6, they're not maybe 1 hook set away. And so you're always in the game with a 5-fish limit. The last 5 casts of the day can cull them all out and make all your dreams come true. As we take a look at our unofficial leader, Matt Messer's lead has shrunk a little bit. Blake Sylvester may be going to his 2nd Bassmaster Classic. He qualified through the nation for the 2021 Classic in Fort Worth, Texas, and would love to qualify and make it to Grand Lake. Meanwhile, Matt Messer's trying to become a first-time Classic qualifier. And JT Thompkins, he experienced the Classic this season after winning last year. And he will get a taste of the Elite Series.
Messer's hooked up here.
Messer is hooked up.
Oh, no.
Can't pull like that.
Always go to the fish.
Serious? I thought it was a big one. It's squilling my line.
Oh, it must have been a little one that came off.
A bluegill, dude?
A bluegill.
Oh, it was a bluegill.
A bluegill.
Everything feels big in that vegetation. Yeah, got to run
an
a
hour
pad
left
stem
in
there.
the day. I'll set the hook on anything.
That's right. That's right.
Matt Messer started strong on championship Saturday, 180 boat field. You never know what's going to happen. Our day one leader had a strong start, and that has really carried him and allowed him to slow down and fish his lily pads to perfection the best way he knew how. Give a shout out to Tyler Lubbat.
Nice little 3.5.
University of Alabama, now in the Opens. Had a very successful day today. He's going to have a great finish. Tyler Williams, man, 29th in points with 3 events left, and he is going to find himself in the top 6 or 7 and make the Elite Series. Bobby Lane, he's been lingering around the cut line all year long, and he is on the final day of the season right at the doorstep, possibly.
Still got some time.
Possibly doing it big. Kyle Austin, same thing. Been so consistent all year. Is this the day he comes in without a limit? I can't believe it. Still has a little bit of time to catch 2 more fish or maybe 1 big one. You'll want to watch the weigh-in. I know I'm going to. So much uncertainty and change. 3:15 Eastern time. About 15 minutes from now, the first flight will start checking in, and every 10-15 minutes, each flight will check in. Wrap it up around 5:30, 5:45 Eastern time. We will crown a champion and 9 anglers going to the Elite Series. Thank you for joining us this year on Bassmaster Live.